Jake Adams now finds himself in third. So we are underway here with the stream. Welcome to all of you here on the stream watching. So the Honda Cadets race with a very promising start, and we're 3 minutes into this race, and already a good few positions have changed, including the race leader, who's trying very desperately to find his way back up the order. He's managed to reclaim one position, and now Jake Adams is only one position behind race leader Harry James, who has led the race for one lap. That could about to change. Jake Adams trying to regain that position, but ends up losing out. Once again, Charlie Vaughan now into the lead as he manages to get past number 55 Harry James. A real tussle at the front here, and that means that the rest of the karts are actually catching up, and now the group battling for the lead has just expanded into a wider range of drivers, and we have two drivers at the front, and they touch, and a non-related collision slightly further down the field. Two karts end up spinning, and to see who that one is who's rejoining at the back, it is Charlie Vaughan from the race lead, number 17. Got caught by I think it was either Jake Adams or Harry James. It was one of the two, and they spin Charlie Vaughan round, and now Charlie Vaughan has a lot of work to do from dead last at the back of the field, see if he can pick up positions to get towards the front. But it is the new race leader of Jake Adams. Well, I say new, he led for the early few laps, but he does now hold the lead once more. And see how long that will last, with 3 minutes and 25 seconds left on the clock. He's got the number 39 of George Walker just in behind. Harry James in the number 55, of course, losing those two positions on last lap due to that incident. But now the number 39, George Walker, trying to make himself one of the new race leaders, and he does indeed. So now we have Walker in the lead of the race. Real squabble going on with these drivers. Going up the inside this time is the number 55, and it's Harry James who's retaking the race lead. Ollie Tyler's getting involved now in the C-plated car. He's going to try and go up the inside, manages to take second place. Harry James might have a good amount of pressure on him here for the race lead. He's got to hold on for 2 minutes and 40 seconds. The C-plated kart of Ollie Tyler, see how well he can race in order to get into the race lead. That field very much competing. Charlie Vaughan's managed to gain a few positions. He's moved up from 15th to 12th now. But it is Ollie Tyler who is the new race leader now. Harry James in second, Sean Cuss in third. Whittington Couch is in fourth, with Walker and Jenkins in fifth and sixth. Charlie Vaughan and Jake Adams, the two involved in that earlier incident. Jake Adams has suffered even more so than the number 17. Adams right at the back of the field. And number 54, who was also in the running for the race lead, is now right at the back of the field. Is going to have a real task in his hands if he wants to finish anywhere except for 15th. But it is Ollie Tyler who leads the way. 55 of Harry James in second. Sean Cuss is in third under a lot of pressure from 99. Joshua Whittington Couch to make their way down towards the S's and onto the Sturmey straight with 1.5 minutes to go. Whittington Couch manages to get past Cuss. That's a change for the third position. See if Whittington Couch can make any further progress, although he's taking the third place as things stand. Number 55, Harry James in behind Ollie Tyler, C-plated Ollie Tyler, who is leading the race at the moment. And seems to have been the real only race leader who's managed to keep his lead, establish that lead, actually build upon it rather than have to deal with a lot of pressure from the other drivers. Interesting to see when Ollie Tyler has a front grid start, how much he'll be able to get away then. Except in this race, of course, he's had to make a lot of progress throughout the field from pretty much, well, almost as far back as you can be on the grid. There's still a good squabble going on for second place here. Very much not confirm the positions for that. The number 55 of Harry James, I think he's just lost his position now, actually, there. 20 seconds left on the clock, and Harry James is down into second position now. Being overtaken by Whittington Couch. As third placed, Harry James now finds himself looking at the back of the number 99. Sean Cuss is in fourth. And the number 39, George Walker, the other kart, in with that mix for second place. Trying to get the inside now of Whittington Couch to regain that position. Harry James goes up the inside of the hairpin, nicely done, into the horseshoe, takes a defensive line so that he won't have that position taken off of him once again. It's Harry James and Sean Cuss have a battle with George Walker in there of two. Of course, any of those drivers could still take second at this stage. Any driver from second down to fifth. And they all are racing very close. It's the last lap now, though, and it's looking like a good win for Ollie Tyler here. Doesn't have much pressure from other drivers. It's Whittington Couch who's holding on second at the moment. Sean Cuss is in third. Harry James lost a couple of positions. Can he try and go up the inside here? Can't quite do it. Sean Cuss still trying to get past Whittington Couch, but it's looking good for the number 99 at the moment. Sean Cuss having to defend relatively heavily from Harry James, making sure that the number 55 can't get past. It's the last corner now going into the top end. A great win and a great race by Ollie Tyler, the C-plated kart. But Whittington Couch is going to come across the line in second. Who's going to be third? Neck and neck across the line, but it is Sean Cuss who just about takes third place ahead of Harry James. 0.02 of a second was the difference as he went over the line, with George Walker coming across the line another 0.23 seconds behind him. But those drivers very, very close over the line. Anyone could have taken second with the last couple of laps. But Ollie Tyler takes, in the end, what it turns out to be a relatively comprehensive win. Considering the start of the race, it was almost a race with two separate halves, wasn't it? The first squabbling half, and then the second half, of which Ollie Tyler ran pretty comfortably at the front. Took the fastest lap as well. A 40.63, and the only driver to get a fastest lap time beneath the 41 second mark. So a brilliant race by Ollie Tyler to take the win here. Joshua Whittington Couch taking second, and Sean Cuss taking third in the first race of the day. The Miami Cadet about to get underway with their race once again, being given their own grid, separate to the Honda Cadets rather than alongside. It's Leo Pooches and Alex Keynes who are on the front row for this one. And they will get underway shortly. Purchase alongside Keynes with Daniel Thorne, Cameron Crockett, Bradley Scott and Kieran Roberts making up the rest of the field. The 6 Miami drivers who are out here ready to compete today. As usually seen with the Army Cadets, being still a relatively new class, only introduced last year, it means that 4 of the 6 drivers are novices out here. Thorne, Crockett, Scott and Roberts being those drivers. Purchase and Keynes, the 2 drivers who are not novices, therefore they'll always start on the front row, of course, together, apart from the final, where if any of the novices have done particularly well, they will overtake Purchase or Keynes. But the green flag has gone. We are now underway with the first Miami Cadet race of this meeting. One of the novices already going across the grass, number 32. As Bradley Scott went bouncing across the grass on the exit to the S's. Don't think he made any contact with any of the other carts, although he might have, but has rejoined, seems to be getting underway, and hopefully for him can continue that race with little interruption. But at the moment it's looking good for, even in these very early stages, the two non-novices getting away, Purchase and Keynes. Keynes getting past Purchase in the early stages. And number 27 of Leo Purchase might have a bit of work to do here if he wants to get back past the number 52 of Keynes. Making their way around the horseshoe and into Buttons Bend. The top two already have established a significant lead for themselves over third place Cameron Crockett, the number 88, highest placed novice as things stand. Already this race dispersing out somewhat, just with 2 laps gone. Most of the fields are fairly separated from one another. Still third, fourth and fifth are not too far apart. There's just over half a second dividing each of those drivers. Individually that is, but it seems that the number 25 Daniel Thorne is catching up Cameron Crockett here. Could be a imminent change for third position. Their way, a relatively defensive line there from Cameron Crockett, considering he's got little pressure on him at the moment. Making their way across the short straight connecting Buttons Bend and the top end. Top end now having been completed, and attacking line from the number 25 Daniel Thorne, trying to head his way past Crockett as they make their way into Billy's blind, but Crockett has that one covered, just has a little bit more pace at the moment. Well, I say that, Thorne's been catching up, but Crockett still has that gap, and will try and use that to his advantage. Thorne having a look around the outside of the hairpin, always a very difficult move to pull off, but very impressive if you do manage to do so. Into the horseshoe, and the number 32 of Bradley Scott drifting a little bit wide there. He was the same driver who had that incident bouncing across the S's in the early stages, but has managed to reclaim one position, getting past Kieran Roberts in the lime green helmet there, and the black and orange cart at the back of the field. See if he can improve on that position, but 4 minutes and 50 seconds to go. Still a lot of time left in this one, but the real battle seems to be between the novices for third place, Crockett and Thorne, as Keynes and Purchase have very much got away from the novices, and it seems that Keynes just has the pace over Purchase at the moment in order to keep him at bay. But still the battle for third remains on as Crockett versus Thorne makes its way down the pit straight, and now in a good attacking position once again. Daniel Thorne has another look around the outside, but going around the outside is significantly harder than doing the opposite, and Crockett retains his position for now. Number 32 of Bradley Scott, meanwhile, is very much catching up with those two, and now the battle for third could consist of all 4 novices. All of them have been catching up with one another over the last few laps. Seems that the slowest of the novices is actually the one in charge at the moment, Cameron Crockett in third, as Keynes comes across the line to complete his 6th lap in the lead of the race. Seems that there are very much 2 different races going on here, the novices versus the non-novices, with Cameron Crockett, Daniel Thorne, Bradley Scott and Kieran Roberts, all of those novices battling for third. Crockett still in the lead of this one. All of those drivers separated by just over half a second, but now 2 carts involved in that incident. Yellow flags are out, and number 32 and 78 collide, Scott and Roberts, and they've got a lot of work to do once again if they want to catch up with Crockett and Thorne. Now the entire field dispersed more than before. It was looking like a battle was really beginning to heat up between the novices until that incident. But now Scott and Roberts have got a lot of work to do if they want to catch up to third place Crockett and his battling counterpart Daniel Thorne. Let's see how good a battle those two can have before the end of this race. 2 minutes and 45 seconds to go. For the last few laps, it's been the same story. Daniel Thorne having and look at various opportunities to get past Crockett, but just not quite able to pull them off. Cameron Crockett in the number 88. Still holding on to third as things stand. Number 25 of Daniel Thorne behind him. And just doesn't seem quite close enough to make a move at the moment. He's got the pace. He is closing in on Crockett at pretty much every opportunity. He's just unable to get that real finishing touch to carve the opportunity and then take that opportunity to get past Crockett into third. But time is running out. 1 minute and 40 seconds left on the clock. A few more laps to go yet, but Crockett at the moment won't be too concerned about Daniel Thorne on his tail. It'll more be about the pressure of not making a mistake, which will be more of a concern than the medius overtake, I would imagine, from the 88 driver's point of view. Meanwhile, Roberts and Scott haven't quite been able to catch up with third or fourth Crockett and Thorne. They're having a good battle between themselves though. Bradley Scott trying to get past Kieran Roberts to take fifth out of the 6 positions, but Daniel Thorne still battling with Crockett for third. "42 seconds left on the clock as I speak, and the closest battle out there, still the one which is yet to fully take off. Crockett versus Thorne, making their way onto the Sturmey straight and down towards the hairpin. And Thorne having a look round the outside going into the horseshoe. Thought he might have tried to cut to the inside there, but Crockett had that one pretty much covered into Button's Bend. Both of them taking a tight line going into there as they made their way onto the pit straight for what will be one of the last times here to complete their 11th lap. Crockett and Thorne very close together, just 0.04 seconds apart as they went over the line that time, but the next lap will be the last lap as the clock has now hit 0, and this looked in little doubt for the entire race for Alex Keynes, and as the last lap board is shown, it still remains that way. Kieran Roberts still battles with Bradley Scott to try and keep him at bay. That's for 5th position, but you'd almost think, looking at the drivers, that it would be Cameron Crockett in the lead. That's how much Keynes and Purchase have managed to catch up to the back of Roberts and Scott. Last lap board is shown to the battle for 3rd, and Roberts and Scott come across the line. They have managed to catch up to Crockett and Thorne somewhat. The gap was 5 seconds just 2 laps ago, now 3.4 seconds. But that won't make a difference in the end. Checker flag comes out for Alex Keynes. He made that win look easy, didn't he? The number 52 taking a good win. 1.96 of a second win over Leo Purchase, who takes 2nd in the number 27 kart. Cameron Crockett will come across the line to take 3rd. Daniel Thorne just never quite able to really create a proper opportunity where he could get past. He has another look now coming down the pit straight, but it's not quite enough. And he has the settle for 4th. 0.09 of a second behind Cameron Crockett in the end, just under a 10th, as Kieran Roberts and Bradley Scott conclude the race, finishing in 5th and 6th. the Minimax and the Junior TKM lining up, ready to get underway with their first race of the day. Tom Adams, Jensen Watts, Tin and Rourke and Harvey Thornley making out the Minimax grid, with the sole Junior TKM of Joseph Hawkwood once again on the field, but joining the Minimax in this race. And the timing has got underway. We are racing then with the Minimax and the Junior TKM. Minimax of Tom Adams starting on the front row alongside Jensen Watts, and already looking at this field, would you have Tom Adams as the favourite to go on and win this? It might be tighter than you expect. Jensen Watts, a pretty experienced driver in this class, and he can definitely be fast on his day, but it'll be interesting to see in this first race if Tom Adams can live up to the expectation which he might have. They come across the line to complete their first lap then, and it's Tom Adams, Jensen Watts, Tin and Rourke and Joseph Hawkwood. The same grid order remains out there on the circuit as things stand, and with just over a lap and a half completed, let's see if any changes will happen. Joseph Hawkwood win the Junior TKM, managing to get past the novice Minimax driver Harvey Thornley, but of course the two don't intervene with each other's championships in terms of points. There will still be Hawkwood getting maximum points on every race here, regardless of whether he even finishes or not. Number 57 of Tom Adams leading the way, with Jensen Watts, number 36, in second place, and Adams leading the way, but Jensen Watts right in behind. It's a battle which could go on for the entirety of the race. Watts holding on to Adams, see if he can make anything of the pace which he has in these early stages in order to keep him to the back of number 57. See if he can catch up and really get on the back and cause the race leader some problems. As the day goes on, and Jensen Watts will inevitably start in front of Tom Adams in at least one of the races, then we'll see what he can do to keep the number 57 behind him at that stage. See if he can get in front of him now. Jensen Watts certainly not being put off by the early race leader at the moment, as he slightly is getting away, but Watts will be trying his best to get a proper contest going between himself and Adams. Rourke, Hawkwood and Thornley is the order, with 3rd, 4th and 5th. Of course Hawkwood has to be kind of ignored from that equation because he's not in the same class, but still obviously keen to be involved in the other drivers' races in terms of race position, regardless of whether it matters or not. Rourke in 3rd place, ahead of Hawkwood at the moment, with Thornley in 5th. Just under 5 minutes to go, and Adams still leads Watts, making their way out of the S's, and Watts did manage to catch up to the race leader on that previous lap. 0.03 of a second he closed the gap by, and that in turn set him the fastest lap as well, a 37.14. All of the drivers, apart from the novice of Thornley, is setting a personal best on that previous lap. Making their way down the top end onto the pit straight. And the grid order is the same as the race order, 6 laps in, with the exception of the Junior TKM of Joseph Hawkwood passing the novice Minimax driver of Thornley. As I've explained though, those two, that move has very little consequences and 0 consequences at all in terms of championships. 3 minutes and 45 seconds remain, and Tom Adams on that previous lap setting a personal best, 36.98, getting below 37 second mark for the first time today in the Minimax class. And Jensen Watts 36.92, equaling Tom Adams' fastest lap there. Both identical lap times, so you can see how close they are in terms of pace, as in there is no difference at all. They both set lap times to the 100th of a second identical on the previous lap. See how that will change, but Jenson Watts needs to ideally be going a bit quicker than Tom Adams, not just the same pace, especially if he wants to get past the race leader in these early stages. Bit of cloud making its way over the pit straight as the race leaders went under that shadow then, but as they made their way onto the sunny Sturmey straight, it is still Tom Adams who leads from Jenson Watts. Into the horseshoe now and towards Buttons Bend, making their way past the old finish line. That was a good few years ago now, or a couple years ago, and on to the pit straight. Adams still leading the way. Jenson Watts in second, and on to the Sturmey straight once more. Not a huge amount happening in terms of battles throughout the field, but Adams and Watts still having a good pace battle towards the front of the field. Adams opening up that gap on that previous lap between himself and Watts by 0.05 of a second. Not a huge amount pulled away by, but enough that it will make a difference in terms of Watts' capability of being able to attack Adams. 10 laps completed by the 4 drivers at the front, with Harvey Thornley some distance behind in the novice Minimax kart. One minute and 15 seconds left on the clock then. Not a huge amount of time left. A lot of time in terms of the karting and the opportunities they can make, because there's still a couple more laps, but not a huge amount of time when you consider the 8 minutes that was given at the start. And Jenson Watts, you would have thought if he could have caught up with Tom Adams, he would have already done so, and over the last couple of laps has just gradually lost tiny bits of time, meaning that Adams' lead is just becoming more and more comfortable each lap. He's leading the way and supposedly is doing that at the moment. That's a reasonable enough margin that Watts is simply unable to retain the pace which Adams has. Just under 30 seconds left on the clock. This will be the penultimate lap, because I think they crossed the line at 31 seconds left. So this will be the penultimate lap now. Final lap board come out at the end of this one, making their way around the horseshoe and into Buttons Bend. And you can visibly see how the gap is opening up between the race leader and his closest competitor. 0 seconds left on the clock. Last lap board will come out, and Tom Adams comes across the line with Jenson Watts in second position. Hot on the heels of Adams, but has lost a bit of time over the last couple of laps. In fact, it's looking closer between Rourke and Hawkwood, as Hawkwood looks to try and better his race position, but it won't of course have any effects on points in terms of the championship. But number 57 of Tom Adams making his way around Billy's Bend and towards the top end for the final time in this race. Number 57 of Tom Adams will take a first race win for him, and a good win it was as well. Just able to keep Jenson Watts at bay for long enough, and just increasing that lead enough that the number 36 could never really pose a proper threat to the race leader and eventual winner. A perfect race for Tom Adams, really. Fastest lap, pole position, and the win. 36.64, his fastest lap in the end. Be 36.7 set by Jenson Watts. Just 0.06 of a second slower, and that more or less summarises the race. Just Watts not quite on the same level as Adams. But that is the conclusion of the first race of the Minimax, combined with the Junior TKM, and Tom Adams the victor. the Junior Max out on the field now and ready to get underway with their first race. Race number 4 this is, with Ethan Ling starting on pole position in this first race, with Fraser Danoon alongside Michael Goodburn and Angus Fry make up row 2, Bradley Shepherd and Bradley Watts make up row 3, and Harry Wilson Brown and Sylvian Vessia round out the 8 drivers who are on the field for the Junior Max here today. Let's begin racing with the Junior Max. They are now underway, heading their way down to the first corner, and all make it around Billy's for the first time unscathed into the S's this time. And a little bit of a questionable turn by one of the drivers there, but manages to get away with it, just losing a position or two. But it's the number 53 who's making good progress here, Bradley Shepherd, as he manages to get his way past a couple of drivers and up already into second place, considering he started down in 5th position. Not a bad start at all from the number 53, trying to catch up to the 76 of Ethan Ling, who was the pole sitter and has managed to retain that lead. And Ling from the front of the field now heads his way down the Stummy Straight towards the hairpin. Number 76 of Ethan Ling does lead the way. Bradley Shepherd, Harry Wilson Brown in second, third. Michael Goodburn is in 4th with Angus Fry 5th. Bradley Watts overtaking Fraser Danoon as a change for 6th position. Let's see how this race will develop, with a seemingly pretty interesting battle going on for 4th place. A bit of a squabble going on between some of those drivers. The number 12, Michael Goodburn, battling with Fry and Watts for 4th position. 7th place, Fraser Danoon, dropping off a little bit from that battle, and Sylvian Vessia, the only novice out on the field, a little while behind once again in the number 29 kart. Ling leads though, but he's got a fair amount of pressure from the number 53, Bradley Shepherd. Behind is Harry Wilson Brown, and these three state their intent in the first race of the day. The 3 fastest drivers, and one of the karts is backwards here, just on the exit to the horseshoe, facing the wrong way, but has managed to get back going again and will join the track, but joins the race in last. Ling, Shepherd and Wilson Brown, first, second and third, as they make their way down towards the hairpin, and Ethan Ling, the number 76, holding the lead as things stand. There's a contact warning for the number 17, that's Bradley Watts, seemingly for that incident with Angus Fry, which left him facing the wrong way. And that means that Bradley Watts has got to be careful with his driving now, especially for the rest of this race. Ethan Ling leads the way though. He's got Bradley Shepherd all over his rear bumper. Shepherd's trying to go to the inside here. Billy's blind. Hasn't quite managed to confirm the move, and Wilson Brown's going to try and go up the inside too. Can't quite do it. Has a little bit of contact with Shepherd, another little bit of contact with Ling, but all 3 drivers managed to get away with it, and Harry Wilson Brown forced his way into second place there. Saw the opportunity, took it. There wasn't much of a space, and usually with moves like that you see them getting through and taking the race lead, due to the second place kart not quite getting past the initial leader. But Wilson Brown couldn't quite manage that, and now holds second position, but barging his way past Ling and Shepherd. Seemed like a relatively fair move though. The gap was there for the taking, and Shepherd does hold the lead though, having been the fastest driver out there for the last few laps. Will of the other drivers be able to pick up the pace in order to really threaten the new race leader? Half of the time done, and 6 laps completed. It's Bradley Shepherd who holds fastest lap at the moment at 35.09. 35.51 is Harry Wilson Brown's fastest lap time, and an entire almost half a second slower in terms of personal best. And Shepherd opening up that lead by half a second over Wilson Brown on the previous lap, so it's clear to see who the pace sitter is. The race leader Shepherd is doing a very good job in the lead. Wilson Brown in second, Ethan Ling is in third. And he's behind Wilson Brown by just 1.01 of a second, but Ling was able to catch up. Wilson Brown, perhaps at this stage, is more of a likelihood than anyone catching the race leader, who seems to be setting the pace really well here. Is one of the drivers off just on the exit to the hairpin, the short space between the hairpin and the horseshoe. This is the marshal post. One of the drivers just off there. Michael Goodburn, that is, I believe, has pulled over and talking to one of the officials. First retirement of the race, and indeed I think first retirement of the day. Not bad going, considering it's race 4. They are an unfortunate piece of motorsport, the retirements that inevitably will happen on at least a good few times on each race meeting. You can expect at least one retirement from a class each meeting, I'd say, especially with some of the larger grids where collisions are more likely. Sometimes things with the karts just malfunction, whether the chain comes off or sometimes the tyres just don't have enough grip, therefore it's impossible to control the karts. But retirement part of motorsport, and Michael Goodburn has experienced that here. Angus Fry getting past Sylvain Vessier. That is a change for 6th place, and Vessier holding now 7th place, which is the last still racing position out there on the field. Shepherd, Wilson Brown, Ling still the order as the top 3, but those 3 karts are very much separated out from one another. Ling is over 1.5 seconds behind Wilson Brown. And Bradley Shepherd's race lead is over 3 seconds. Half minute or 20 seconds left to go now, and it's Bradley Shepherd who seems to have had this one wrapped up here. In fact, it seems that the race order has been pretty much confirmed. Most of the karts have dispersed out from one another, and it's Bradley Shepherd who will look to take the win, as the clock does hit 0 now as Fraser Zanoon comes across the line to be the first driver in this race to actually see that timer at 0. But we'll have to go around another time due to Bradley Shepherd being the race leader. Shepherd will see the last lap board now, and he'll be ahead of Wilson Brown and Ethan Ling to go round for the final time. And the checkered flag will now come out for the number 53. Bradley Shepherd taking the win ahead of Wilson Brown and Ling. They conclude their first race of the day here with the Junior Max. Bradley Watts will come across the line in 4th, with Fraser Zanoon will conclude his race in 5th. Angus Fry will come across the line in 6th with number 46 there. And Vessier in the novice, with what could well be his first race here. I'm pretty sure it's his first race here at Clay. I don't recognise the name. and concludes his race with the 7th place here with the Junior Max, the yellow flag. So drivers to make their way towards the pits at the conclusion of this one, and next up will be the 177 and the 177 Masters. Rotax 177 and 177 Masters are out here and ready to go for their first race, and it's looking like a pretty promising grid once again from these drivers, and it's Gary Cox on pole alongside Tim Janes. Dean Mann and Martin Howell make up row 2 with Daniel Martin and Joe Walmsley on row 3. Of course, Daniel Martin always one to watch. Tony Wilson alongside Stephen Janes 7th and 8th. 9th Steve Nash, Samuel Dix 10th, and Philip Wood 11th at the back of the field. 11 drivers here to experience the 177 race, and we as the spectators looking forward to seeing it, and away the drivers go. Looks like we are racing, we are indeed. 7 minutes and 55 seconds left on the clock, so very much underway as number 14 of Gary Cox from the pole will try and hold out for as long as he can against the often very rapid Daniel Martin, number 70. Number 27, sorry, Dean Mann battling in there. I think he's managed to get past Tim Janes. Number 33 of Joe Walmsley hasn't had the best of starts. He finds himself already far away from the rest of the field. Dean Mann trying to hold off Daniel Martin alongside Gary Cox. Martin trying outrageously to go around the outside of Billy's. No respect at all for Dean Mann there, but Dean Mann doesn't manage to go up the inside of Gary Cox and takes the race lead. Cox in second position, and Daniel Martin's going to try and follow through just a corner later in the hairpin, and now going into the horseshoe. It's Dean Mann still in the lead of this race, but for how much longer? Daniel Martin closing in, and we know how fast a driver Daniel Martin is on almost every single race meeting. He manages to pull something out of the bag, and that something is often very many race wins. Let's see if he can replicate that again here. Trying to go on the inside, has a little look but can't quite do anything there. Dean Mann holding on to the race lead, and Daniel Martin trying to go around the outside. He manages to make that move on the outside of the entrance to the hairpin. And now we have the number 70 of Daniel Martin in the lead of the race. Dean Mann in second position, ahead of third placed Gary Cox. And across the line they come then to complete their third lap, and Daniel Martin, from his progress, has managed to find himself into the lead of the race. Ahead of Mann and Cox. Tim James from second position on the grid is in fourth. Stephen James is in fifth. Sixth, Steve Nash. Philip Wood is in seventh. Eighth, Tony Wilson, losing 3 positions on the last lap. Not the best lap for Wilson there. And Martin Howell and Joe Walmsley in 9th and 10th. And Samuel Dix at the back of the field as things stand in 11th position. Joe Walmsley, credit where credit's due. The number 33 has managed to pick up his position. There's a cart going into the pit lane there though. And I think that might be Tony Wilson. No, it's not. It's Gary Cox. My apologies. So Cox into the pit lane. And that means that 10 karts remain out on the circuit. Whether Cox will return to the circuit remains to be seen, but mostly when drivers go into the pits, that is the conclusion of the race for them. And so, therefore, we have 10 drivers left on the field. So Daniel Martin, number 70, is in the lead of the race, but has the man still very much hot on his heels. Daniel Martin is used to overtaking the second place driver and then getting very much further ahead in the lead of the race, but looking like he, in this particular race, might have a little bit more competition, as Dean Mann seems to look pretty racy early on here. Stephen James is up into third meanwhile, getting past Tim James, changing for third, and that is a position which is a change for third position, but doesn't really affect the top two that much, considering that Daniel Martin and Dean Mann are over 4.3 seconds ahead of Stephen James. And into Buttons Bend they go. Making their way down the pit straight towards Billy's Blind once again to complete their 7th lap this time. And into the horseshoe. Dean Mann's going to maybe have an attempt at a move here. It's a pretty surprising event to hear that Daniel Martin might actually be overtaken, but Dean Mann is giving him a really good run for his money here earlier on in the first race of the day. Daniel Martin may have a contest on his hands here. Stephen James is over 5.2 seconds behind the leading pair, so it really will be one of the top two who are very much likely to go ahead and win this, but it's James followed by James with an N, and then Steve Nash in 5th for number 39, with Joe Walmsley in 6th place. Philip Wood is in 7th, Martin Howell and Tony Wilson in 8th and 9th. And 2 retirements now. Samuel Dix joining Gary Cox in the pit lane, the 2 retirements of the Rotax 177 Heat 1. And 9 cars remaining out on the circuit, and Martin Howell and Tony Wilson at the back of that field. It looks like one of the drivers going pretty slowly here. Tony Wilson might have a problem with his kart. It doesn't sound particularly healthy as he crosses in front of my commentary box position. Number 56 of Stephen James, looking in very much no man's land. No drivers to compete with him either side. Not quite quick enough to compete with the leading couplet, as he loses once again 0.3 seconds to the leading pair there. So much quicker, aren't they? But Dean Mann, meanwhile, he's managed to catch up with Daniel Martin by 0.1 of a second on the previous lap, and Mann versus Martin is looking like a pretty tasty battle early on here. 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock as they cross the line for what is the 10th time now, the 11th time, sorry, as they lap the slow going Tony Wilson, who seems to very much have a problem with that kart. I wouldn't be surprised if he were to retire that kart this lap. See the other karts hurtling past him. Daniel Martin leads. Dean Mann, though, still with just 45 seconds left on the clock. And Tony Wilson, maybe surprisingly, is actually choosing to continue in this race, regardless of evidently having problems with the car, so unable to go at a normal race pace, but is still remaining out on circuit, although it's going to be lapped by every single driver here. 13 seconds left on the clock, and as they cross the line, there will be still one more lap to go after this one. It's the last couple of opportunities for Dean Mann to really have a go and establish himself as a proper rival to Daniel Martin today. He has been very much racy throughout, but Daniel Martin, if it stays like this, will be on his way to yet another victory. His ratios from victories to losses must be incredibly impressive, as Daniel Martin makes his way down towards the start-finish line once again. You'll see the last lap ball this time, and him versus Dean Mann will reach its final stages in this first heat of the day. And they've now lapped Tony Wilson twice in this race. But Dean Mann right on the back of the number 70. The last couple of opportunities here, but Dean Mann never quite close enough to really create an opportunity, apart from about lap 5, I think it was, where he tried to get past on the horseshoe, but not quite able to. And it's another 70 of Daniel Martin who will take the win ahead of Dean Mann. A closely fought contest, certainly much closer than you could say was expected at the start of the race. Stephen James will come across the line to conclude his race in third. Tony Wilson also concludes his race right out the back of the field, but Joe Wilmsley takes fourth, Tim James in fifth, Stephen Ash in sixth, seventh Philip Wood, and Martin Howell comes across the line in eighth. So then, about to get underway for their first race of the day, the senior TKM, and it is the penultimate of the first heat. And the three drivers out here on the circuit, the smallest field of the day. Hopefully, we'll still produce some pretty brilliant racing, as we have seen from the senior TKM, of course. Haven't provided the most incredibly sized grids, but some pretty intense racing has happened over the last couple of months. And see if these three drivers can replicate anything like we've seen over the last few months, we could be in for a treat. All of them so evenly paced as drivers make their way down into the Sturvey Straight for the first time. Number 89 of Will Davis leads the way in these very early stages. It's Barton, Davis and Hodge are the three drivers out here today. Barton will be the favourite, but don't rule out either of the other drivers. Even Lee Hodge being a novice driver, he knows his way around clay, and he'll certainly be in trying to race with the other two drivers. A few absentees noticeably from the senior TKM lineup today. Derek Hunt, Oliver Nitch-Smith unable to get here, but Will Fox as well, and Jonathan Fox, who was the surprise winner last month in the final. But we can expect a bigger turnout next month in the Chris Hart Trophy with the Senior TKM. Three drivers making their way down to complete their first proper lap, and on to lap 2 it is Will Davis who holds an early lead, and Luke Barton, regardless of being the undoubtedly really the favourite to go ahead and win this one, he didn't win the final last time out, beaten to the, definitely you could consider him an underdog, of Jonathan Fox in a brilliant TKM final last month in August. And Luke Barton will be looking to follow that up with a victory here today. Barton following Will Davis at the moment though, and Will Davis is certainly providing that pace here. He's doing well in these early stages, very early days, not only in the heat but in terms of the day itself as well. 5 minutes and 45 seconds left on the clock. And Lee Hodge at the back of the field in that novice kart. Of course, he was in the Senior Max, I think, last month, or the 177s, one of the two. But has now moved over to the Senior TKM, give it a go. Joining the other two drivers here who have raced several times here at Clay, Will Davis and Luke Barton. Currently holding the fastest lap is Will Davis, the race leader, 36.2, held by the number 89. And he is beating Luke Barton on lap times by 0.11 of a second. As Luke Barton holds a 36.31. Onto the Stummy straight they go. And around the hairpin for what is the 6th time now in this race. Seems there's not much change going on throughout the field. All the drivers ever so slightly losing one another. Will Davis and Luke Barton, the gap between the two opened up on the previous lap by 0.01 of a second. Into the S's once again, and Will Davis still holding the lead ahead of Luke Barton, who in retrospect is ahead of Lee Hodge. Last lap, Barton and Davis setting identical lap times, and well, that last lap just gone now. Barton actually catching up with Will Davis, so maybe we could be due for a race come the end of this heat then, as Barton does look to catch up Davis. He caught up by 0.06 of a second. That's not a lot, but of course, with 3 minutes and 18 seconds left on the clock, still a lot of time for any of the drivers to improve on their position. Will Davis can open up his lead to improve upon that. But the drivers separated altogether by 3.26 of a second. Definitely Lee Hodge is dropped off somewhat from the top two, but Davis and Barton still not a complete battle. Barton not quite close enough to really have a go at the race leader, but he is catching up, and he caught up on the last lap by 0.2 of a second, so he's definitely getting closer to the back of Will Davis, considering the gap was well over a second just a couple laps ago, and now the gap is less than half a second, 0.43 as he went over the line. That's another gain of just under 0.2 of a second there as they make their way onto the Sturmey straight with 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Not completely over yet is this race, considering only the 3 drivers out here in the senior TKM class. You'd be forgiven for thinking this would be a very, perhaps, mundane race, but senior TKM look to strive to get rid of that particular preconception, as Will Davis and Luke Barton do look to be getting very much closer to one another. Barton's just suddenly put on the afterburners of the last couple of laps, really caught up with Davis very impressively. And despite Will Davis still holding the fastest lap, and he just seems to be quicker towards the start of this race, seems to be dropping off now in these later stages. Barton really on the back of Davis, and all you need is one opportunity, one little mistake from Davis, and he'll be into the race lead now, right behind the current race leader, making their way down from the pit straight into Billy's blind and into the S's onto the Sturmy straight, where the number 18 still remains on the back of Davis. Pretty close together, it must be said, almost bumper to bumper, as Barton finds himself significantly closer to Davis than he was a few laps ago. Really has been picking up the pace over the last few laps to find himself in this position where he can try and overtake. And now he will go around the inside into Billy's blind. He does go up the inside. Will Davis has a little bump on the rear bumper of Barton as he goes past, but can't regain that position. And now Barton will try to escape from Davis. He'll be looking to try and regain that position, but that's easier said than done. And Barton is now the new race leader. Davis looked when he started on pole and started to escape that this would be his race, but Barton has really driven impressively over the last few laps in order to overtake and get past number 89 into the S's, and onto the Sturmy straight they go for the 14th time now, with no time left on the clock. And the last lap board will come out imminently for the leading couplet, and Lee Hodge a few seconds down the road. From the top end onto the pit straight for the penultimate time, and the last lap board is out for the drivers. Barton in the race lead, hasn't got that long to hold on now, just half a mile this circuit in length. And the two carts come together. Barton and Davis, they both came together there, and Davis now will go on and take what is very much a provisional win. Barton goes off, and it will be the checkered flag for Will Davis, but whether that will stand will be very controversial indeed. The two carts coming together on the last lap just before the horseshoe there, and that result will be left to the officials to find out who was to blame for that incident. But for now, that's a provisional win for Will Davis, ahead of Lee Hodge, with the retirement of Luke Barton on the last lap due to that incident. And that concludes the senior TKM race first heat of the day. And now then, the Senior Max line up ready to go for the largest grid of the day, and arguably the one which you could definitely be forgiven if you were to think this would be the most exciting races of the day. And I personally am very much looking forward to them as well. This Senior Max out and ready to go. Harriet Styles on pole alongside Mike Brehort, and Bowditch alongside Andy Ward on row 2, Thomas Martin and John Sweeper on row 3. It is Oliver Holden and Will Maynard on row 4 with 9th and 10th Tyler Trotter and Cole Edwards. Jordan Brightman West and Alex Kite 11th and 12th. 13th and 14th Jasmine Norman and Amelia Vincent. Alex Dyson and Ryan Hodge are 15th and 16th. 17th and 18th on Elliot, Herbert and David Simpson. And row 10 made up of Harry Simpson on his own there at the back. The 19 drivers, biggest Senior Max grid we've seen in a while, line up to get underway for their first heat. And a few of the drivers making their returns here. Cole Edwards in the number 11 hasn't been at Clay for a couple months. Glad to see him back, a very able young driver. But pole position, Harriet Styles of course memorably won the final a few months ago, alongside Mike Brehort on the front row, who will win the drag race down from the start line towards Billy's, get the advantage early on. That could be pivotal to the race. Past the acceleration line, and the drivers are go. The Senior Max first heat of the day, and the last of the first heats of the day, now has got going, and it's a great start from Styles. Seems to accelerate a little bit earlier than everyone else, but in fairness, they had gone past the acceleration line, so away they go. And Harriet Styles has now got the lead of the race in a pretty decent fashion here earlier on in these stages. Got a little bit of pressure from one of the drivers behind, but otherwise it's been a very promising start from the number 18. John Sweeper is the driver who's gained 3 positions to get up into second, gaining 3 positions as well. Thomas Martin, Will Maynard has managed to gain 3, Cole Edwards gaining 4, Alex Kite gaining 4, all of the top drivers gaining many positions, and Bowditch is down in 19th, losing 15 positions from her grid position of 4th in the number 88 there. And Mike Brehort also having a bad start as he falls from 2nd to 10th in the first lap. Coming across the line now though, Harriet Styles, the number 18, with 82, John Sweeper in 2nd place, 3rd place Thomas Martin, with Cole Edwards in 4th. And the drivers make their way round. Some clean and good racing so far from the Senior Max in these early stages of the race. Harriet Styles leading the way though, with Sweeper, Martin and Edwards in 3rd and 4th, and it's really great to see such a lively, large Senior Max grid once again. Hope it can remain for as long as possible here. At Clay Pigeon, always nice to see some big grids, but especially with the Senior Max, where the grid is so small, sometimes non-existent, just a couple of years ago, and now dragging a grid of 19, not bad at all. As Harriet Styles leads the way from John Sweeper. Cole Edwards in 3rd has made very good progress from his grid position of 10th. Thomas Martin in the number 69 is in 4th place, with Alex Kite's 97 cars in 5th. Will Maynard is in 6th. 7th, Oliver Holden, Ryan Hodge, Andy Ward and Mike Brehort in the top 10 positions. Amelia Vincent in 11th. 12th is Tyler Trotter, with Jasmine Norman in 13th, 14th David Simpson, Alex Dyson in 15th, and Brightman West down in 16th position from what was a pretty promising grid start. The number 17 without the best of starts here in this race. But Harriet Styles at the moment, it's looking good for her in the lead, isn't it? She's got a pretty healthy gap, a 1.09 of a second gap over 2nd place Cole Edwards, who's managed to get past the 82 of John Sweeper, and is now into 2nd position, the closest to the race leader that you can be in terms position wise, but there's a kart going very slowly here, and Bowditch going very slowly indeed, but has now managed to pick up a little bit of pace, and it seemed that she had a problem there, but is now able to resume, and the blue flags will be out for her. Doesn't want to get in the way of the racing, but she's going to be lapped here by a couple of the other drivers further down the order. Ryan Hodge and Oliver Holden further down the order. Oliver Holden's always a driver to watch, of course, and quick one in the number 23. But Hattie Styles does still lead the way from Cole Edwards. John Sweeper is in third, fourth, Thomas Martin, Alex Kite in fifth, sixth, Will Maynard, and Ryan Hodge 7th, 8th, Oliver Holden, Andy Ward in 9th, and Amelia Vincent in 10th. But still, so many battles going on throughout the field, and it's really nice to have a field where you can talk about events outside maybe the top 10 or top 12. And it shows the real diversity of each of the drivers, their abilities, and also the karts that they have with them and their performances. Still looking good for Harriet Styles in the lead at the moment, though. Her gap has been reduced by Cole Edwards, this time by just 0.01 of a second, but it's still looking relatively comfortable. A 0.6 second gap is now the gap, so I said that, but now it does look like she's under a bit more pressure from Edwards than certainly was the case a couple of laps ago. Edwards in second position, with John Sweeper in third, fourth is Thomas Martin, Alex Kite in fifth, sixth is Will Maynard, and Ryan Hodge in seventh, eighth Oliver Holden with Andy Ward and Amelia Vincent. No changes in the top 10 for a couple of laps now, as the fastest lap meanwhile does belong to second place Cole Edwards. He's the fastest driver out there on the track. A 35.05 is now the time, and a 35.42 set by Thomas Martin means that he is in third place, but under a fair amount of pressure from Alex Kite, who's got a faster lap time than that in fourth. Harriet Styles, as she leads the race, under a lot of pressure from Cole Edwards, and Edwards has managed to get through. Edwards in the lead of the race, and the number 11 does now lead in this one from the number 18 of Harriet Styles. They make their way down to Billy for the 10th time, and less than 2 minutes to go in this race. It really has flown by. It's been a brilliant opening to a very large grid with the Senior Max. Alex Kite, the number 97, is up into third, having got past Thomas Martin, and another change in the top 10. Oliver Holden getting past Maynard has a change for sixth. Elliot Herbert comes across the line past Alex Dyson, who's had an awful previous lap there. Dyson losing 4 positions from 14th to 18th in one lap. But Edwards does lead away from Styles. Kite, Martin, Sweeper, Holden is the top 6. Not that they've really got much to do with one another. Cole Edwards does seem to be... Well, Cole Edwards and Harriet Styles do seem to have escaped somewhat from third place. Alex Kite, no real pressure from the 97, as Kite has to struggle with Thomas Martin, who is in behind him, but Kite does seem like the fastest driver. It seems that most of the drivers are sorting themselves into pace order. Obviously, that is what you'd expect from kart racing, but it's not always the case. Sometimes the defensive driving means that a driver can, without being quicker than the driver behind, remain in a better position. Thomas Martin tries to guard the inside. That'll be him reclaiming third place from Alex Kite, and does manage to do so as one of the back markers being lapped by Harriet Styles there, causing a little bit of a problem, but Cole Edwards and Styles do manage to get past without too much trouble. And Kite, now having had that move lost again due to Thomas Martin in third, has got his work cut out to regain that. 10 seconds left on the clock. This will be the penultimate lap now, as Kite, Sweeper and Holden still battling it out for 4th place, as the blue flags wave for the back markers to get out of the way of the higher placed drivers. As Thomas Martin on the last lap caught up to Harriet Styles by 0.88 of a second. So I get the feeling that was probably something to do with the back markers they ran into. But it's looking good nonetheless, isn't it? Harriet Styles, meanwhile, managed to get past Cole Edwards. So I didn't see when that happened, but on that last lap, it seemed that was probably once again a back marker issue, because I didn't really see Cole Edwards losing much pace, or Harriet Styles really closing up to the back of Cole Edwards enough to cause a proper issue. But nonetheless, Harriet Styles in the lead of the race, and take nothing away from her. Brilliant driving to maintain that, but now Cole Edwards could be under a bit of pressure for second. Thomas Martin is right on his rear bumper here as they come towards the finish line for the checkered flag, and it is Harriet Styles who takes the win. And Cole Edwards does take second, just about ahead of Thomas Martin. The two separated by 0.03 of a second over the line. Number 97 of Alex Kite takes 4th, 5th. John Sweeper and Oliver Holden 6th. Ryan Hodge 7th. Will Maynard is in 8th place. 9th, Andy Ward. 10th, Amelia Vincent. And David Simpson concludes his race in 11th. Tyler Trotter 12th. 13th will be Jasmine Norman. Very much, heated battle against Harry Simpson over the line, but Norman does just about come on top. And once again, Brahort and Brightman West, a very close battle there as well. 0.02 of a second. That's the closest finish we've had so far today in terms of the proxemics between the carts. Brahort has just about come on top to finish in 15th place. Brightman West in 16th. Alex Dyson concludes his race in 17th. Elliot Herbert in 18th, and Anne Bowditch in 19th position. And those last three drivers lapped by the race leaders of Harriet Styles, who took the checkered flag in the lead, with Cole Edwards in second. Out and ready for their second heat now, the youngsters. And let's see how the cadets will perform on their second race of the day. On pole position is Joshua Whittington Couch. Alongside him, number 27 of Ethan Leader, with Ollie Tyler in the C-plated cart. The winner of Heat 1, of course, alongside Harry James, Karen Jenkins and Charlie Vaughan on row 3. And away we go then with the Honda Cadets. We are racing as they make their way down to Billy's. Very close between the early leading drivers here. And Ollie Tyler's had a brilliant start, expectedly. The C-plated cart already up into second place, threatening the race leader. Could be number 27, potentially, of Ethan Leader, I think. And looking to try and take that position as fast as possible. It's not, it's Whittington Couch who leads the way in the number 99 from pole position. And so Whittington Couch looking to try and hold on to that lead for as long as he can. With Ollie Tyler's pace, that might be very difficult. And already Ollie Tyler has managed to get past him just on the overspeed there from the top end. Got a really good exit and able to take that position, not even requiring Billy's blind to make that move. And so Ollie Tyler from I think it was 4th on the grid, already up into the lead. So a brilliant first lap by the winner of race number 1, and already into the lead ahead of Whittington Couch. Ethan Leader had a bad start from pole position, now down into 3rd. Charlie Vaughan in 4th place, gaining a position past Harry James, Jenkins and Adams in 6th and 7th. Sean Cuss in 7th now, actually, having just got past Jake Adams, with George Walker in 9th, 10th, Kakuro Yearmans and Luke Randall in 11th, with 12th Daniel Beards, Nicole Sutherland in 13th, Liam Demon 14th and Mason Perrin in 15th. Tyler completes his third lap in the lead of the race, and already an established lead, a 1.16 second lead. And that is a brilliant job, almost a job well done by Ollie Tyler there. Because the karts are so low powered, slipstream really does have a large effect, especially with a headwind going up the pit straight, which I think is the case today, going by the direction of the flag. So that creates a lot of tow for the drivers behind with the low powered cadets, and that means that actually maintaining the lead of the race and not having any pressure from second place, who will be just towing you in down the straight, is very difficult. But Ollie Tyler has mastered the art of getting away from the race lead, and that's why he's the C-plated kart out there in the lead of the race, and has managed to escape now. It will be tough for the other drivers to catch up with Tyler and his kart, which at the moment absolutely on fire. The kind of performance that he's putting in each race, and at the moment, even with a lot of time left, 4 minutes and 35 seconds, it's looking good for 2 wins out of 2 for the current race leader. Whittington Couch, having lost the lead of the race, has managed to maintain second. Meanwhile, he's keeping Ethan Leader just about at bay. Charlie Vaughan, of course, involved in that incident in the last race, therefore couldn't have quite a strong position as he would have liked at the end of the race, is in 4th place, and still that a massive stream of karts from second down to probably about 10th place, I think. 2nd to 4th. So yeah, it is down to 10th position. All of those karts very close together, could be changing their positions all the time. Seeing any of those drivers improving upon their positions, and Charlie Vaughan's going to try and get past Whittington Couch here, heading down to the line, and Vaughan is going to try and go up the inside here, manages to make that move stick, and Whittington Couch down into 3rd place now, behind Vaughan, but in front of Harry James, the number 55. Ethan Leader is in 5th place, losing a couple of positions on that last lap, with Sean Cuss in 6th, Karen Jenkins in 7th. And it's Vaughan ahead of Whittington Couch. James is in 4th place. Ethan Leader in 5th, but still those drivers so close together. Really, who could take second down to about 5th is anyone's call. Vaughan heading Whittington Couch, and they're all bumper to bumper from 2nd down to 5th. Absolutely nothing between any of the drivers that make their way, and there's a change there for, I think that's for 4th position is indeed Ethan Leader getting past Sean Cuss. That's a change in that position, but with a lot of time left still, anything could happen with this group of karts. A real battle. Vaughan, Whittington Couch, Ethan Leader and Sean Cuss. Harry James dropping off ever so slightly now, joining the more larger but dispersed battle of 6th down to 10th. All those drivers so close together, and well, the gap between 2nd place Whittington Couch and 11th place Kakarua Yeomans is just 1.3 seconds, just to give you an idea of how close these karts are together. And Whittington Couch still maintaining that 2nd place at the moment. Ethan Leader in 2nd place. But what has happened to the number 17 of Charlie Vaughan? Must be in the mix there somewhere. Just lost a couple of positions. And Ollie Tyler looks to be strolling his way. But Charlie Vaughan has lost many positions, down 6 positions, and is now in 9th place. So incident I didn't see there, but Charlie Vaughan maybe had a bit of contact with another car, just interrupted his speed and lost many positions. Charlie Vaughan has not had the best of days so far, and has been very much an unfortunate customer of a lot of the incidents he's been involved in. Well, 2 prime ones on the first heat and 1 now, which has resulted in him losing those positions. But it's Whittington Couch who leads the battle for 2nd at the moment. In 3rd place is Ethan Leader, in just behind. 4th is Harry James, ahead of Sean Cuss, and then the number 38 of Karen Jenkins in 6th position. Into the S's they go for the 11th time. 50 seconds left on the clock. And into the hairpin goes that battle. No changes in position over the last lap in terms of that battle, apart from James overtaking Sean Cuss. That's a change for 4th there. But, well, let's see how much changes just during these closing stages of the race. 25 seconds left on the clock as they go across the line, so this will be the penultimate lap as they come on to now. Ethan Leader having a look down the inside of Whittington Couch, but can he do anything there? Sean Gus going up the inside, that's a change. Getting past Harry James there, change for 4th. Whittington Couch ahead of the number 27 of Ethan Leader. That's a change for 2nd place. Actually, it's not a change. It was remained like that before, but it looked like it was going to be an attempt from Ethan Leader, which looked viable, but couldn't quite pull it off in the end. Coming across the line to see the last lap board now, Ollie Tyler has had no troubles at all in this race. Driven extremely well as Ethan Leader has another look down the inside, but will he try and go around the outside now? Can't quite do anything there. Really looking to take that position from Whittington Couch of 2nd place, but Sean Cuss is right on the back of those two as well. Cuss versus James versus Kyron Jenkins is the other close driver there, the number 38, with Jake Adams, the number 54, gaining 2 positions on that previous lap. Really in some great pace here, but it's looking good for each of the drivers. Sean Cuss has managed to get into the lead position of the battle for 2nd. Ollie Tyler takes a very impressive win, 2 wins from 2, but it's looking good for Ethan Leader to take 2nd place. He does just about ahead of Sean Cuss, with Whittington Couch in 4th. Kyron Jenkins takes 5th with Harry James in 6th. Charlie Vaughan 7th. Jake Adams 8th. Kakarua Yearmans in 9th, and 10th George Walker. Luke Reddell in 11th. And by the time it took me to take Ethan Leader, all the drivers from 2nd down to 11th had finished. That's just how close all of the drivers were there. They were separated by literally 2 seconds from 2nd down to 11th. There was a massive gap of 9.7 seconds back to Daniel Beards in 12th. But what a brilliant race for 2nd place, and Ollie Tyler take nothing away from him as well, taking 2 wins out of 2 in the C-plated kart, and a very, very impressive, dominant victory. 7.43 seconds his advantage at the end, as Ethan Leader wins a battle for 2nd ahead of Sean Cuss and Joshua Whittington Couch. Here we are then for the Miami Cadet, their 2nd heat of the day, and it's Alex Keynes versus Leo Purchase on the front row. Cameron Crockett, Daniel Thorne, Bradley Scott and Kieran Roberts will battle out in the battle of the novices from 3rd down to 6th place, but it's of course the top 2 of Keynes and Purchase who've really got to watch from the front row. It'll be one of those 2 going on previous evidence who will go ahead and win this one. And last time it was Purchase who succumbed to the pressure of Keynes and his race pace, and let's see if the same will happen here. But already Keynes in the number 52 ahead and seemingly in the control of this race. Nice early spinner there. I think it was either Scott or Roberts. It was indeed Scott. So Bradley Scott, a spinner from the hairpin. clock hits 0 then, and it's Keynes and Purchase still in the lead of the race. Keynes without much trouble, 2.8 seconds separating himself and Purchase as he comes across the line. See the last lap board with Purchase, number 27, in second position, having lapped Cameron Crockett in the number 88, who was the third placed position kart of heat number 1, but hasn't been able to retain that due to that incident earlier on, with Robert, Thorne and Scott still relatively in position for their 3rd, 4th and 5th place finishes, but really Roberts and Thorne the only 2 drivers competing on the circuit. But really the field very much separated throughout as the number 52 of Alex Keynes takes his 2nd win of the day, and becomes the 2nd driver in 2 races to win both of the races they've been in so far. Leo Purchase takes 2nd place once again, and it's going to be Kieran Roberts who's going to take what I believe will be his highest ever finish at Clay in a race in 3rd. Daniel Thorne takes 4th place in the number 25, and it will be Bradley Scott to conclude the race, finishing in 5th in the number 32. And the karts will go into the pit lane as we'll prepare for the Minimax and Junior TKM race number 10. Yes, 10. Lining up then to begin the Minimax and Junior TKM Heat number 2, race number 10, about to get underway, and it is Tin and Rourke alongside Tom Adams on the front row, Jensen Watts and Harvey Thornley on row 2, with of course the lone Junior TKM of Joseph Hawkwood at the back of the field. And let's see how the battle between Tom Adams and Jensen Watts comes out in this particular race. Adams coming out on top previously, but Watts starting well and holding the lead at the moment. 2 very evenly paced in the previous heat, and let's see how that pans out this time by as they make their way onto the pit straight for the first time, coming towards Billy's. Tom Adams, though, getting past Jensen Watts without too much of an issue, and despite Watts putting up a good fight in heat number 1, he seems to have been outdone pretty easily here by Tom Adams, who, out of these drivers, would certainly be considered the favourite and the on average, the fastest driver, you would say, as he leads the race now. See if he can get away from Jensen Watts, or how much of a battle the number 36 can put up in order to keep with the current race leader. But once again we see 3rd place Tin and Rourke, and slightly battling with Joseph Hawkwood in the Junior TKM. Of course won't intervene with each other's championships, and Harvey Thornley at the back of the field in the novice in the number 11, just losing time to each of the drivers. making their way towards the start-finish line once again, and it's Tom Adams who leads the way ahead of Jenson Watts. Still the order unchanged, and this was exactly how it ended up in Heat 1. Jenson Watts seems this time to not quite have the similarity of pace to Tom Adams as he did in Heat number 1. The fastest lap does belong to the race leader, perhaps unsurprisingly, 37.04. A 37.25 is Jenson Watts' fastest lap. And see if those are improved. Indeed, 36.9 from Tom Adams, so dipping beneath the 37-second mark. And Jenson Watts unable to improve on his lap time. So you can see just even by that evidence, Tom Adams does hold the pace, particularly in this heat, whereas earlier on, Jenson Watts did look for certain stages as though he really could be in with a shout of getting past Adams. Just wasn't quite able to pull off the killer pass to get past the number 57, making their way down to complete their 5th lap. Each of the drivers, none of them are massively far apart from one another as of yet, but the field is dispersing slowly but surely. Hawkwood still battling with Rourke, regardless of how ineffective that battle is in terms of championship points, but regardless, seems that Watts and Rourke might actually be on more similar pace than Watts and Adams at the moment, as Adams keeps escaping, and Rourke actually catching up with Watts on that previous lap. In fact, he loses a bit of time this time, but on that previous lap did catch up to Watts, so Watts not having the most brilliant of races so far. And if Rourke can just pull out a few more tenths out of his sleeve, then he really could challenge number 36 for second position here. 3 minutes and 45 seconds left on the clock. And Tom Adams looking pretty comfortable with his lead at the moment. 36 of Jenson Watts in second place. Tin and Rourke and Joseph Hawkwood still pretty close together there as they battle for third place as position on the track, of course. With the number 11 of Harvey Thornley at the back of the field. In terms of how close the karts are, the two most fiercely competing are the two in separate classes. Tin and Rourke versus Joseph Hawkwood. Change for third position on the track could be on the cards, as Rourke is under a bit of pressure from Hawkwood, who's really giving him a race here, regardless of the two being in, as I mentioned, separate classes. Meanwhile, Tom Adams is strolling his way to victory as he makes his way onto the S's for the 12th time now, with 1 minute remaining of the 8 minutes allocated. And Jensen Watts in second position, unable to match the pace of the race leader, but just about quicker than Tin and Rourke, so that he doesn't have an issue fighting for his position. And Rourke versus Hawkwood, still the battle in third, and Thornley at the back of the field. But it's looking good for Tom Adams to take his second consecutive win, and it will be 3 races from 3 second heats where the Heat 1 winner has taken victory once again in Heat 2. Let's hope it doesn't remain so predictable for the rest of the heat. But 8 seconds left on the clock. It's going to be very close to see whether we'll actually have another lap here or not. It's 2-1-0 it is, so this will be the final lap coming out now. And Tom Adams has not got far to go before he'll be taking his second win from 2 races here, ahead of Jensen Watt, and still Rourke and Hawkwood battling for that third position. And it will be 2 wins from 2 for Tom Adams, driving what made it look like a very comfortable win for Adams. Seems to have no such trouble with Jensen Watts this time. And it's third place for Tin and Rourke. Joseph Hawkwood takes the win in the junior TKM, and Thornley finishes his race at the back in 5th place, 4th position within his class. But it's 2 wins out of 2 for Tom Adams, who drove very well and won by a comfortable 4.14 seconds. Junior Max out and ready for their second heat. Race number 11 to be underway shortly, but it's Bradley Shepherd on pole alongside Michael Goodburn, with Bradley Watts on row 2, joined with Harry Wilson Brown. Fraser Zanoon alongside Angus Fry on row 3, and rounding out the 8 drivers, Ethan Ling and Sylvain Vesser. The drivers all lining up and making their way round the top end, where they will make their way towards the start line to begin the 8 minutes of racing that we will see. Bradley Shepherd, the race winner earlier on today, starts on pole, and that gives him a prime position for him to try and escape the rest of the drivers and take the win. But it's very early to be making presumptions such as that, and Shepherd will have to drive just as admirably as he did earlier on in Heat 1 if he wants to take such a comfortable victory as he did in that earlier race. Ethan Ling managed to take second, I think, in that previous race, with Wilson Brown in third. It was either that or the 2 swapped around, but Wilson Brown and Ling, that could be a battle to watch, as Wilson Brown starts further up the order, but Ling a bit further behind. And Ethan Ling gaining 4 positions on that first lap. A brilliant start by Ling, and is up into 3rd place now, the number 76. Michael Goodburn is in 2nd place after his retirement in Heat 1. Anything will be an improvement on that, I'm sure, and he is racing well at the moment to maintain that second place. Ethan Ling in third, Harry Wilson-Brown in fourth, and they come together, and one of the karts facing backwards, I think it's Harry Wilson-Brown, and is able to get going again, but was facing the wrong way for a second there. It is indeed Wilson-Brown in the number 27, who will have to rejoin at the back of the field and has some work to do to catch up with Sylvain Vessier, who is in 8th place. Number 53 of Shepherd already seems to have this race under control, with Goodburn versus Ling, and Bradley Watts also in with a squabble. It's Ling trying to go up the inside. Looks like he's made that move. Ethan Ling and number 76 now up into 2nd place. Goodburn in 3rd ahead of Bradley Watts. Number 17 who's in 4th place ahead of the 46 of Angus Fry. That could turn into a exciting little battle there as they are pulling away from Fraser Danoon and Vessier, who seem to be slightly further back, but Wilson-Brown is catching up with those two, and you would expect him to catch up with them before the end of the race with 5.5 minutes remaining. Ling ahead of the number 12 of Michael Goodburn. It's still a pretty good battle at the moment, especially Goodburn fighting off Bradley Watts behind. Watts will be looking to try and improve on his position of 4th, trying to get up into that 3rd place. They make their way into the horseshoe, and the number 46 of Angus Fry also trying to get in on the action, improve on his position to get past Watts and Goodburn, gaining 2 big positions there, but it does seem that Ling is escaping somewhat from that group, and he'll be looking to try and catch up to the race leader, although it doesn't seem like that at the moment is happening. 0.42 of a second he's lost on that previous lap, so Bradley Shepherd pulling away from his competitors despite already being in the lead by a comfortable margin of 3.8 seconds. Ethan Ling in 2nd position has pulled away from Goodburn, Watts and Fry now. It seems to be the main battle out here on the field. Goodburn battling to keep that 3rd place, and ahead of Bradley Watts, number 17, who could look to try and create an opportunity for himself. Can't quite do so there though. Just a bit too far back to really contemplate a move as they make their way onto the Sturmey Straight once again. Into the hairpin goes the battle for 3rd, as Bradley Watts attempts to fend off Angus Fry while also being sandwiched between Goodburn. Creates a difficult scenario, that, defending and attacking, 2 tasks at the same time, although at the moment it looks like the defensive option is more necessary. Angus Fry is pretty close to the rear bumper of the number 17, as the 3 karts battling for that 3rd place make their way onto the Sturmey Straight now, hurtling down towards the hairpin. Angus Fry having a look and trying to go around the outside of the short gap between the hairpin and the horseshoe there, but unable to do so. Bradley Shepherd having no such troubles in the lead by over 5 seconds now ahead of Ethan Ling. Michael Goodburn ahead of Bradley Watts and Angus Fry. And drifting out ever so slightly wide there by Bradley Watts. Could have given Angus Fry a real opportunity had he been a little bit closer, but wasn't quite able to capitalise on that. Michael Goodburn has escaped ever so slightly from those 2. And that was a little bit of a touch there from Angus Fry on the back of the 17 of Watts, but Fry does find his way past now, and Watts does gain that. Watts loses the position, sorry, Fry up into 4th. And so Angus Fry now has Michael Goodburn ahead of him, but Goodburn has definitely escaped from that little battle and has been pulling away over the last couple of laps. With Angus Fry and Bradley Watts squabbling as well, gives a little bit of time to Michael Goodburn to try and escape, but he's not catching up with Ethan Ling, who's slowly opening up the gap between himself and Goodburn. The top 3 seem pretty set in their positions at the moment. Shepherd has a lead of over 6 seconds and also holds the fastest lap at 35.29. Next fastest lap is a 35.81. No, actually it's a 35.6. Didn't look so far down the order, but it's Harry Wilson-Brown in 6th place. He's the second quickest kart out on the circuit. And had it not been due to that incident earlier, we could have really seen him as a strong competitor here. Certainly would have given Ethan Ling a run for his money in second, going on pace, but just not quite able to catch up the rest of the field. Doesn't quite have that pace to catch up to Bradley Watts by the end of this race, with 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining. Is still over 1.8 seconds behind Watts in 5th place. Angus Fry ahead of Watts. Actually is catching up with Goodburn, caught up by 0.35 a second on that previous lap. Goodburn's 3rd place could be under a bit of pressure during the latter stages of this race. Less than a minute to go. And Goodburn ahead of Fry, who is ahead of Watts. And Wilson-Brown, could he join the fray just in these later stages with just over half a minute to go? He will have to race very, very well indeed if he wants to catch up and improve on his position. There might not just be enough time, but Goodburn certainly does have his 3rd place under pressure here. Fry has been catching up over the last couple of laps, having got past Watts, and Fry evidently has the pace over Watts in order to threaten Goodburn's 3rd position, and he's going to try and do that in these closing stages of the race, making their way down to Billy's here for what will be the penultimate time. Not quite the final lap yet. You can see how Wilson-Brown visibly is catching up with Watts, but he just won't quite be able to by the end of the race. He's not closing in by enough. Really, unfortunately, he was involved in that incident earlier on in this race, or else we could be in for a real treat of a finale here, but that could still be the case as Michael Goodburn's 3rd place is looking under increasing threat from the 46 of Angus Fry as they come across the line for what will be the penultimate time now. And into the S's, Angus Fry will try to just about get close enough to Goodburn, but I think Goodburn might have this under control. He's going to come round the hairpin here and into the horseshoe. Choose to not take a defensive line, and that turns out to be a mistake as Angus Fry does at the inside, and Fry takes the position on the last lap, takes 3rd place, and Angus Fry will now take that 3rd. Bradley Shepherd, meanwhile, has won the race, took the checkered flag and wins by over 10 seconds. Ethan Ling takes 2nd, 3rd Angus Fry. Michael Goodburn has to settle for 4th. Bradley Watts in 5th. 6th, Harry Wilson-Brown in the number 27, and Fraser Danoon in 7th position. Sylvain Vesser will take 8th on this race here, the Junior Max finale, with Angus Fry and Goodburn and Watts providing a really excellent battle towards the end there. Fry just getting past Goodburn on the final lap. That's a comfortable victory for Bradley Shepherd to make it 2 wins after 2 for him as well. So the Rotax 177 Heat 2 about to get underway as they line up, and Stephen James is on pole position ahead of Martin Howell. Steve Nash and Tony Wilson on row 2. 5th and 6th, Dean Mann and Gary Cox, with Joe Walmsley and Tim Janes 7th and 8th. 9th and 10th, Daniel Martin and Philip Wood, and Samuel Dix in 11th at the back of the field. And the karts head their way over the acceleration line, across the start-finish line, and we are racing with the 177s and their second heat of the day. Daniel Martin is going to have a fair amount of work to do, but already he's made massive progress just on the first couple of corners, and starting the grid on, I think it was 9th position, already up into 5th, with just a few corners down, and well, we can see just how able a driver he is, and he just manages to get his kart set up perfect, doesn't he? Up into 4th then, with just 1 lap gone, and extortionate progress made by the number 70. Stephen James leads the way though at the moment, with Dean Mann in 2nd position. Steve Nash losing out on his front row position by falling down into 3rd, and now has to deal with the small matter of the number 70 of Daniel Martin breathing down his neck. Stephen James from pole position though is still holding his lead, with Dean Mann in 2nd place. Dean Mann by far the closest competitor to Daniel Martin in Heat 1. And see how either Martin or Mann can get past James in these early stages as the pole sitter looks to try and maintain his position. Martin has managed to get past Nash, and Nash now under a bit of pressure from Joe Walmsley, the number 33, who was unfortunately involved in an incident earlier on in Heat 1, which meant he couldn't get maybe such a good position as he was hoping for. Still battling though, Dean Mann versus Stephen James. This is enabling Daniel Martin, as if his pace wasn't enough, to catch up right to the back of the number 27 of Dean Mann. And could we have a double move on the cards here? Mann trying to get past James. James under real pressure from both Mann and Martin now, making their way down towards Billy's line. And Stephen James does drift out slightly wide. Dean Mann tries to get up the inside, can't quite do so there. Number 56 of Stephen James just about able to hold on, but Daniel Martin's going to try and go up the inside, can't quite do so. And so Dean Mann manages to hold on for now, but Mann trying to go around the outside, can't quite do so there. Stephen James still holding on to the lead. James ahead of Mann, with Martin in 3rd. And that position could very much change. Heading down towards Billy's once again. And Joe Walmsley in 4th is very much further behind and out of the race for the top 3, at least for now. But it's all about the top 3 there. Martin actually goes around the outside, manages to make the move before the entrance of the hairpin. Not very often that happens, but he gets past Dean Mann and now has the pole sitter and race leader Stephen James to get past. Daniel Martin, see if he can get past James, a task which Dean Mann had tried over several laps but just couldn't quite pull off. And Daniel Martin now will try and get past number 56, and he looks to the outside but can't quite do so there. Stephen James defending well, but Daniel Martin has a little look around the inside but doesn't do anything, going down into the S's to make their way onto the Sturmey straight once more. Into the hairpin they go. And Stephen James holding on to the lead of the race, but he goes out slightly wide and trying to get the inside. Dean Mann can't quite do so there, but Daniel Martin has his work cut out with Dean Mann trying to attack as well. And in fact now Daniel Martin might be under more pressure from Dean Mann than James is from the former. Down in towards Billy's blind once again, and already only 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining on the clock. You assume it's still early stages. This battle has been raging for the entirety of the race pretty much. It's been a really, really good one, with Daniel Martin still battling to try and get past Stephen James, and not long left on the clock for James to hold on now. Martin versus Stephen James at the front, but also don't just ignore the number 27 of Dean Mann. And now Martin's going to try and go around the outside, or get the move done down the straight, the pit straight, the left little kink in the pit straight. But now Martin's going to try and go up the inside, and he does now make the move stick. Goes up the inside just before the S's, and Stephen James, for the first time in the race, loses the lead. And it is to the number 70 of Daniel Martin, and trying to go up the inside, Dean Mann now. Will he be able to get past? But not quite. He's just tried so many times but just can't quite pull it off eventually, the move. As Daniel Martin still leading the way ahead of Stephen James and Dean Mann. The three have been battling ferociously for the entirety of this race. And already it looks like Daniel Martin now, having got past Stephen James, looks like he will be able to pull away more sufficiently. Mann is just unable when he puts his hands up in the air there. Obviously not happy with the antics of Stephen James in second position. He's just trying to defend, to hold on to that second place. Would be a good finish for the number 56. Certainly losing out to one kart, and that only kart being Daniel Martin, is no embarrassing thing at all. Martin, a very able driver with a very fast kart, and in the lead of the race. 9 laps completed with the fastest lap of 35.85. None of the other drivers having got below the 36.3 mark, yet enough below the 36 mark at all. And Dean Mann still struggling to get past James. Mann seemingly getting more and more infuriated by the fact that he can't quite get past James. And heading into the S's once more. Dean Mann, will he be able to make a move on this particular lap? And in towards the horseshoe once more. Daniel Martin is holding the race lead and has managed to escape from James and Mann now. Will Mann be able to get past James before the end of this race? That is the question. 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock, and now he does manage to get past, darts up the inside, and that will finally be a fresh breath of fresh air for Dean Mann as he's managed to get out of the position third, where he was just stuck behind Stephen James for so long, just unable to get past. And Joe Walmsley, meanwhile, has quietly been able to catch up relatively significantly, actually, to the back of the was Dean Mann, but is now Stephen James, as they make their way round once more. 30 seconds left on the clock. And Daniel Martin, leading the way, is having no such troubles with any of the karts now in the lead, in the position which he's so used to, and is pulling away. And he's going to potentially make it the 4th consecutive race in which there have been duplicate winners from both Heat 1 and Heat 2. Dean Mann will come across the line in second, going by how this is going, and it does seem that after that exciting battle has died out, it does seem that the drivers have pretty much confirmed their positions, apart from Walmsley now catching up with Stephen James. And James, as if losing those 2 positions wasn't enough, could be due to lose yet another here, with Joe Walmsley trying to get past, but it is the last lap and James has just got to hold on, and clearly causing Dean Mann many issues to get past. Will Joe Walmsley be able to create an opportunity for himself in this final lap here? It's looking good for James to hold on to that position, though. Daniel Martin in the lead will have no such troubles, and will come across the line and become the driver in 4 consecutive races to take the win in both Heat 2 as he did in Heat 1. Stephen James takes 3rd ahead of Joe Walmsley, who just didn't quite create an opportunity for himself to get past number 56. Gary Cox comes across the line in 5th, with Stephen Ash in 6th. Tony Wilson having a significantly better race in this one than he did in Heat 1, and comes across the line in 7th. Tim James in 8th, Samuel Dix 9th, and Martin Howell 10th, with Philip Wood, the only retirement of that race, retiring on the previous lap there, only 1 lap from the end. But Daniel Martin does take another win for his collection, ahead of an exciting battle between Dean Mann and Stephen James. So the three senior TKM drivers about to get underway for their second heat. And after a bit of controversy last time between Luke Barton and Will Davis, they'll see this time who can come out on top. And whether for the first time today we can have a different winner in Heat 2 than we did in Heat 1. But it is Luke Barton who starts on pole, and he will get the race underway ahead of Will Davis and Lee Hodge in the novice. Starts, of course, at the back and see if he can make any progress at all. But the two at the front were quicker earlier on. Although, as we've seen with a lot of the senior TKM races so far this year, every race can very much be different, with all the drivers on different paces. And it is Luke Barton who holds an early lead here. It was Will Davis who led pretty much the entirety of the senior TKM heat earlier on, before Luke Barton overtaking him only about 3 laps on the end or so, for the incident between Barton and Davis. But now seems a reversal of that in these early stages, with Barton, the pole sitter, taking an early lead ahead of Davis. But Hodge certainly isn't giving up here. He's not miles behind already. We might only be 2 laps in, but not so far behind. As Barton does still lead the way ahead of Davis. Davis looking like he might have made an attempt at a move heading down towards Billy's, but couldn't quite do anything there. But now he switches to the inside, and you think he might have actually had his nose in front for a second there. But Barton does manage to edge ahead, and going around the outside of the horseshoe is an incredibly difficult move, especially if you're on very similar pace. You simply have to go a longer distance around the outside. But Luke Barton really having to deal with some pressure from Will Davis here. These two quickly becoming the rivals of the day due to that earlier incident, and now battling pretty hard here. Luke Barton will have to be wary of Davis, who is close in behind.
Looks like he's got a tyre advantage to me. I don't know if Will's on better tyres, I think it's on some oval.
They're heading down towards Billy's once more, and the front bumper of Will Davis firmly implemented on the rear of Barton's. They're racing very, very closely at the moment. The pace between them almost identical. 0.01 of a second was the difference in their pace on that previous lap, and that was Will Davis being that ever so slightly quicker. But looks like Barton might have pulled out ever so slightly on this lap, not looking as close as they were. Will Davis, I think, just drifting out slightly wide on one of the corners. And indeed, on that previous lap, Luke Barton was 0.17 of a second faster. But now Davis is right on the back of him once again. And into the hairpin, Davis right on the back of Barton, as we saw just a few laps ago. Hodge still not completely out of the picture, but he's not battling with the top two. Is over a second behind the leading pair. Into Billy's, and Barton leads the way, and at this rate it's going to be an almost identical but reverse race to earlier on, with Luke Barton in that earlier race challenging Davis throughout the entirety of the race, and then managing to get past for the last lap incident, of course. But at the moment, during these early and mid stages, it is Luke Barton who does still hold the lead. Less than 3 minutes to go then, and still the battle wears on. It's Davis who's not really looked any closer to Barton during the entirety of the race. They're all so close together, and as they make their way into the top bend and down towards start-finish line to complete their 9th lap, Barton does still have the advantage at the moment. Into the S's and onto the Sturmey straight, and Davis knows he doesn't have all the time in the world to get this move done. And 2 minutes left on the clock, 2 minutes and 9 seconds. Into Button's Bend, past the old finish line. Top bend now onto the pit straight with that little left-hand kink, which you see a surprising amount of moves being pulled off actually. Just the drivers with supreme pace managing to get past before Billy's blind. Into the right-hand hairpin once more, sweeping into the long left-hander of the horseshoe. And still the advantage lies with Barton at the moment. The two just seem to be on a seesaw of pace. One lap, Barton's quicker, and then Davis is, and the gap opens and closes. But only 1 minute, 10 seconds left on the clock now. To Button's Bend, and once again heading towards the top end where the exit is so essential to get maximum pace for the longest straight of the circuit down the pit straight. A slight left-hander in it in order to get the best amount of speed you can, heading down in towards Billy's and onto the Sturmey straight. Still the advantage lies with Barton, but a very tense affair this one. Could Will Davis make a move during the dying embers of the race? It's 20 seconds left on the clock. They'll still get another lap in. As Barton leads the way with 4 seconds on the clock as they cross the line. Onto the Sturmey straight once more. And only about 4 more real opportunities where Davis can get past Barton in this race. And they are slowly passing by now. Into the top end they go once again. So Barton versus Davis, this is it, the last lap of Heat 2. And here is an opportunity, but he can't create anything there. Into the S's, not quite close enough, and Barton holds that advantage. Barton will be determined to defend to take his first win of the day. Should it remain like this, of course, it will be Davis who would have pole position, but we've got the Heat 3 later on, and that could still be pivotal in deciding who of these drivers does get the final grid position, which surprisingly, considering it's such a small grid, has actually had quite an impact, with Barton starting on pole, and he will now take the win in Heat 2 ahead of Will Davis. And Lee Hodge comes across the line to conclude the race in third. But that is a win for Luke Barton ahead of Will Davis after a race which was shrouded in confusion earlier on in Heat 1 with the incident between the pair, but they do finish now, and Barton gets his first win of the day. So, race 14, the Senior Max, their second heat, ready to get underway very shortly with Cole Edwards on pole position, finishing second in heat 1. And he's alongside Jasmine Norman on the front row with Amelia Vincent and Alex Kite on row 2. John Sweeper, Andy Ward, Thomas Martin, Harriet Stiles, Jordan Westman, Brightman West and Will Maynard make out the top 10. And looks like we're not quite starting here. Looks like we will be going around one more time. Will indeed. That's given me the opportunity to give you the rest of the details of the grid. And Bowditch starts alongside Oliver Holden on row number 6 with Tyler Trotter and Mike Brehort, row 7. Harry Simpson, David Simpson, Ryan Hodge, Elliot Herbert and Alex Dyson, at the back of the field. But Harriet Stiles, of course, one to watch. Number 18, starting in 8th, winner of heat number 1. Cole Edwards finishing second, and he will possibly be the favourite starting on pole here. Other quick drivers to watch out for. John Sweeper concluding his race in 3rd earlier on, starting in 5th ahead of Harriet Stiles. Can he take the advantage here and finish in a higher position? Of course, Thomas Martin, we know he's a quick driver as well. The number 69 starts in 7th alongside Harriet Stiles, but it's Cole Edwards on the front row versus Jasmine Norman and the Senior Max, the biggest grid of the day, and a very exciting prospect roars into motion, and it is Cole Edwards who takes an early lead in the number 11. Jasmine Norman in number 26 losing a position off the start there, might have lost a couple of positions, but Cole Edwards is in the lead in these early stages, sweeping around the left-hand horseshoe. And the number 74 of Amelia Vincent has made the better start and has managed to get past Norman into 2nd place. But Cole Edwards does take an early lead, dipping his helmet down in order to get out of the headwind which we're experiencing today, to give the cart less of a hit of air. And that is a pass there. The number 97 of Alex Kite getting past Vincent, and Kite now up into 2nd. Can he do anything about the race leader who is slowly disappearing into the distance? Kite in 2nd, Vincent in 3rd. It's Thomas Martin who is in 4th place. And it's Jasmine Norman who has lost a couple of positions on that previous lap. There's a contact warning for number 69 of Thomas Martin. So the 4th place driver has got to be careful now. John Sweeper up into 5th, Harriet Stiles into 6th. Jasmine Norman losing a few positions once again and now finds herself in 7th. Will Maynard, Oliver Holden and Andy Ward 8th, 9th and 10th. And into the horseshoe goes Cole Edwards in the lead of the race with Alex Kite in 2nd. 3rd is Amelia Vincent with Thomas Martin in 4th, 5th and 6th. John Sweeper and Harriet Stiles, 2 very quick drivers, and already the field is beginning to separate into the drivers who really know what they're doing. At the front of the field, but Alex Kite in 2nd place already. Is it looking like he could have a bit of a no man's land situation where he simply cannot catch up nor be caught up due to the pace of his cart? But Amelia Vincent meanwhile is putting up a good battle to keep Thomas Martin behind. Vincent finished I think maybe 12th in the heat 1, so didn't have the best of races in Heat 1, but now in Heat 2 it's got Thomas Martin breathing down her neck, and Thomas Martin's going to try and go up the inside here. Martin does go up the inside, and will he make the move stick? It could also be a follow-through move for Sweeper. Will Sweeper fail to follow through? Number 18, it's actually Harriet Stiles who managed to get past John Sweeper, so Harriet Stiles does move up a position, and so Harriet Stiles now up into 4th from a grid position of 8th, so has already halved the deficit of her grid position. John Sweeper, I believe, is still in 6th place, so he might be able to pass Amelia Vincent. But the order is as follows. Edwards leads the way from Kite, Martin, Stiles, Sweeper, Vincent. So Amelia Vincent has fallen down into 6th place. Oliver Holden, another quick driver, of course, in 7th place. Will Maynard in 8th, 9th, Andy Ward, and 10th, Jasmine Norman. And Alex Kite in 2nd place is ahead of the number 69 of Thomas Martin, with Harriet Stiles, number 18, tucked in behind him. John Sweeper in the 82 kart is in 5th. And Amelia Vincent has been passed by both Oliver Holden and Will Maynard. So Vincent now down into 8th place. Just can't quite keep those really fast drivers behind. And they have managed to get past her, making it look more or less effortless. But 3 minutes and 58 seconds left on the clock. Still half race distance has only just been hit, and Cole Edwards in the lead of the race. Hasn't got this one completely in the bag, but it's looking relatively comfortable for the 11 plated kart here. The number 97 of Alex Kite is in 2nd, 3rd Thomas Martin, 4th the race winner of Heat 1 Harriet Stiles, John Sweeper in 5th, 6th Oliver Holden, Will Maynard in 7th, 8th Amelia Vincent, Andy Ward in 9th, 10th Ryan Hodge, David Simpson in 11th, 12th Jordan Brightman West, and Jasmine Norman in 13th. Contact warning for the number 26 now. Number 26, that's Jasmine Norman in 13th position. So she's got to also be careful to not be involved in any more contact incidents, as that one which earned her the warning. 2 minutes and 52 seconds left on the clock, and it's Cole Edwards who's looking like he's on his way to his first victory of the day after a 2nd place earlier on. Not a bad haul of points whatsoever from the senior Max driver. Alex Kite in 2nd place is slowly losing time to Edwards. Edwards opened up the gap by a 10th of a second on that previous lap, with Thomas Martin in 3rd, 4th is Harriet Stiles, 5th John Sweeper, and 6th Oliver Holden. And really the top 6 as they stand would be the 6 you'd expect to really have a good battle at the front of the field. The 6 experienced and crucially very talented drivers out there. And Bowditch has become the first driver to be lapped by Cole Edwards. She is overtaken by the number 11. Number 97 of Alex Kite is also going to overtake the back marker, and doesn't have any pressure from Thomas Martin in 3rd, who could himself be under a bit of pressure, and all by herself and Bowditch spinning the kart there just on the entrance to the horseshoe, and is going to be lapped by a few other karts. But coming down towards the start-finish line to complete his 11th lap now, the race leader Cole Edwards ahead of Alex Kite, Thomas Martin, Harriet Stiles, Oliver Holden and John Sweeper all having a good battle here. Could still be a change for 3rd place, as that battle does go on towards the horseshoe for the 12th time in this race. Thomas Martin ahead of Harriet Stiles, Oliver Holden and John Sweeper, all of those drivers still battling it out. Oliver Holden having a little look past Harriet Stiles there, seeing if there's an opportunity down into Billings, but there wasn't quite. Looking like that might be the most likely move to be pulled off. Oliver Holden versus Harriet Stiles. Will be a change for 4th should that move go ahead, but regardless, at the moment it's looking good for Cole Edwards. 20 seconds to go, and the race leader has the lead. The fastest lap, meanwhile, does belong to Oliver Holden, 35.12. The number 23, the fastest driver to hold a personal best out there. As they go past the back marker of the number 22, Elliot Herbert. Still, the battles remain as they were over the last couple of laps. The battle for 3rd still existent, but Thomas Martin seems to have pretty much the situation under control now. It is the last lap for each of the drivers. Last opportunity for any of them. And will Oliver Holden take a risk and try to put his car in a position which will get him past Harriet Styles, or is he going to have to settle? Harriet Styles takes a defensive line and defends the inside of the hairpin, meaning that Holden can't get past there. Holden might have to settle for 5th here. John Sweeper's looking on, looking for any mistake made by the drivers, which would mean he would be gifted that opportunity, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen as Cole Edwards takes his first win of the day ahead of Alex Kite, with Thomas Martin in 3rd, 4th Harriet Styles, Oliver Holden finishes in 5th with 6th John Sweeper, Will Maynard in 7th. Eventually no change with those drivers. Amelia Vincent 8th, 9th Ryan Hodge with Andy Ward in 10th, 11th David Simpson, Alex Dyson comes across the line in 12th. 13th will be Jasmine Norman overtaking Tyler Trotter on the final lap, though. In fact, Tyler Trotter's had a nightmare and has dropped several positions over the last lap. Tyler Trotter actually finishing in 15th when he was 13th, just one lap before, but Jordan Brightman West finishing in 16th. 17th Mike Brehort. Also, Ryan Hodge finishing in 9th place, the highest placed novice of the 5 novices out there. And out of 19 drivers, not a bad finish at all, 9th. By Ryan Hodge there, but a brilliant win by Cole Edwards. 3.58 seconds his victory over Alex Kite, ahead of a pretty tense battle for 3rd place, consisting of Thomas Martin, Harriet Styles, Oliver Holden and John Sweeper, but it is Cole Edwards who does take the win in Heat 2. On the front row of the Honda Cadets, before their final, with his Liam Deedman. It's Liam Deedman alongside Daniel Beards on the front row. Kakarua Yeomans and Vaughan are on row 2. See if Vaughan can end his luck, which he is not experiencing any of at the moment. Very bad luck from the number 17 so far today. Sean Cuss and Nicole Sutherland are on row 3, with Ethan Leader and Whittington Couch on row 4. And we are racing with the Honda Cadets. And from the front row, it was Beards versus Deedman. See if either of those drivers will still maintain that position. It is not. It's Charlie Vaughan from row 2 after his rotten luck, which he's experienced in Heat 1 and 2. Can he now actually go ahead and take a win? It'd be great for the youngster to end the luck which he has been experiencing in Heat 1 and 2, with 2 incidents which were realistically out of his control, which he was involved in. Heading down towards the pit straight is the number 17, and Charlie Vaughan is looking to take an early lead here. Number 68 just dropping a couple of positions there. Daniel Beards losing several positions on the straight down towards Billy's blind, but it's looking good for Charlie Vaughan at the moment, as Whittington Couch already establishes himself as one of the faster drivers in 2nd position, overtaking several drivers off the start there. A position change of 5 for Whittington Couch, a really good start by him, and also Ollie Tyler. He's also gained 5 positions from his starting position of 12th just on the first lap, but will any of the drivers be the first to dethrone Ollie Tyler? Tyler's won both of the races so far today and is already in 4th, having had a low grid position this time. Will he be interrupted in the incredible streak of form we've seen him in over the last few races? Make their way into the horseshoe. Still in the early stages of the race, of course, but Charlie Vaughan in the lead. He has been caught up by Whittington Couch and Co consisting of Cuss and Tyler. Already that battle for the lead seems to consist of 4 drivers. The top 4, any of whom could still take the win. Vaughan leading the way over Whittington Couch. Cuss in the lime green helmet in 3rd is ahead of 2-time winner already today, Ollie Tyler in the C-plated kart. Ollie Tyler's going to try and grab the inside of Cuss here. Looks like that's a move which is definitely possible. He's just going to push out Cuss wide. Does manage to do so. Tyler up into 3rd. Has the most race pace here as well. Did have the fastest lap before this lap here. Of course, only 3 laps in. The fastest laps are bound to change. But Ollie Tyler already showing why he's the race winner early on here. Whittington Couch going to try and go past Vaughan, and Ollie Tyler could very much spot an opportunity to follow through. He's going to try here. Vaughan is pushed out on the outside, and will he lose another position going into the S's? He just about manages to slot in between Tyler and Cuss so that Cuss can't follow through as well. And there's going to be a change. Ollie Tyler diving up the inside of Whittington Couch, and that is a change for the race lead. Ollie Tyler trying to go past, but Whittington Couch actually manages to take that back. Tyler trying to go up the inside of the horseshoe this time. Vaughan trying to regain the position from not only Whittington Couch, but also the race leader of Tyler, but can't quite do either of those moves and has to settle for 3rd once again. Currently in the lead of the race. Ollie Tyler then, will he make it a hat-trick of victories already? And we haven't even come across the final yet. Sean Cuss in 3rd. Charlie Vaughan is in 3rd, and he's managed to leave Sean Cuss behind. Sean Cuss in 4th place now, under a little bit of pressure from 5th place Ethan Leader. And Jake Adams is also there in 6th place, looking to try and carve on any opportunities that he can. There's a spinner there, the number 16. Seemingly under a bit of pressure from, I think it was Kakaroo Yearmans, and Luke Randall has the spin, has to rejoin at the back of the field. But the race leader, Ollie Tyler, ahead of Joshua Whittington Couch, with Charlie Vaughan in 3rd. 4th is Sean Cuss, with Ethan Leader in 5th. And 6th placed Harry James ahead of Jake Adams. Whittington Couch ahead of Vaughan for 2nd position, and the 2 of those drivers seemingly not given up on their positions yet. Whittington Couch still eager to catch up to the race leader, but Ollie Tyler, I mean, he just shows his dominance in the class. Started in 12th, had the rear grid position start this time, and we were just 5 laps in when Ollie Tyler went past Whittington Couch to take the lead of the race. It really does show just how impressive Ollie Tyler and his his kart and his driving abilities really are. Going through the field, very much one with a large potential, Ollie Tyler. And that potential is being fulfilled today. I'm not sure the last time we saw a hat-trick of victories in the cadets, just with all 3 heats. But I'm pretty sure it hasn't been for a while, so could be the first for a while. I'm sure I've experienced it sometime in my 3 years of commentating here. But not that I remember. Ollie Tyler could be on his way to another very impressive victory here. And already his gap is over 1.12 of a second. It's looking very good for the Honda Cadet driver here. Joshua Whittington Couch in 2nd position, still ahead of Charlie Vaughan, but Sean Cuss has very much managed to catch up to the back of Vaughan. It seemed that Cuss might have been under a bit of pressure from Ethan Leader, but he's escaped that group and once again rejoined the battle for 2nd. And Charlie Vaughan certainly doesn't have his 3rd place guaranteed, does he? He hasn't put much pressure on Whittington Couch, but now he is under pressure and might have to start driving defensively if he wants to keep Sean Cuss behind. There's just 1 minute and 18 seconds left on the clock. And then, of course, when the clock hits 0, I'll have that 1 additional lap, which often can be so pivotal in each of these races, of course. And Number 99 of Whittington Couch ahead of Vaughan. And Sean Cuss is going to try and go up the inside of Vaughan here. No, can't quite do it. Doesn't quite have enough pace to make that move. There's a sweep round the S's onto the Sturmey straight once again. 47 seconds left on the clock. This will be the third from last lap now. Into the horseshoe. And Whittington Couch ahead of Charlie Vaughan. Charlie Vaughan and Sean Cuss still battling it out for that third place, but Whittington Couch certainly under a bit of pressure from Vaughan here. Vaughan right on the rear bumper of the number 99, and there's not a lot of time left. The drivers will have to make any position changes over this lap or the next, because there is no more time on the clock now. Just hit 0. Ollie Tyler on his way to yet another dominant victory. And to see 90 points on the board for a final grid position from a cadet is very impressive indeed. And the C-plated Tyler is very much on his way to doing that. Whittington Couch, Vaughan and Cuss still battle for second. And will that battle go on right towards the checkered flag? It seems like it might. Whittington Couch is defending hard at the moment, but going down onto the Sturmey straight and heading down towards the hairpin. Is very defensive driving from Whittington Couch, but nonetheless Vaughan still does look at the inside. You can't blame Whittington Couch for defending, quite frankly. Last lap, you might as well defend as hard as you can, but Sean Cuss goes at the inside and manages to get past Charlie Vaughan, and that's a change for third place. Charlie Vaughan loses out on the last lap. Ethan Leader looks like he wants a piece of the action as well. Will he be able to get past? But he's trying to go back up the inside, and Whittington Couch could be under pressure here. It's going to be side by side, but Vaughan does manage to get past once again. Sean Cuss over the line does just about manage to beat Ethan Leader, but Ollie Tyler wins the race comfortably so as well, 3.02 of a second. But Joshua Whittington Couch takes a victory over Charlie Vaughan, and in the end there was no change to the order from the previous lap, but it was very exciting going into the last few bends. Cuss seemed to have had third place in the bag before Vaughan managed to come back, and Ethan Leader almost got past Sean Cuss as well. Those four drivers, Whittington Couch down to leader, second down to fifth, were separated by just 0.2 of a second, as Harry James comes across the line in 6th, 7th Jake Adams, Kakaroo Yearmans 8th, 9th Karen Jenkins, and George Walker in 10th. Brilliant racing towards the finale there of the Heat 3 of the Honda Cadets. The Miami Cadet Heat number 3 race is going to get underway shortly, and it's Leo Purchase on the front row alongside Alex Keynes, of course. Those two will be on the front row for every race today due to their non-novice status, with Bradley Scott, Cameron Crockett, Daniel Thorne and Kieran Roberts running out the rest of the field, the novices in the Miami Cadet class. And we head towards the start finish line now. Are we racing? We are indeed with the Miamis. So from the front rows, it was Keynes versus Purchase, and already Keynes has the race lead. Leo Purchase just unable to do anything about Keynes and his move up the inside there. It was a very good pass on the exit of Billy's to get past the pole sitter. And now Alex Keynes on his way to 3 consecutive victories. the Miami Heat 3 race is coming to an end then. The clock just hit 0, and Alex Keynes versus Leo Purchase seems to have gone Keynes' way once again. He's going to take a hat-trick of victories, much like Ollie Tyler in the Honda Cadet race. Albeit a smaller field, of course, but nonetheless, it's good for Alex Keynes, and he will sit on pole position of the field later on, knowing that he will be the favourite to go ahead and beat the rest of the drivers out here. Coming across the line now is the number 52, and Alex Keynes takes the checkered flag, takes 3 wins out of 3. Leo Purchase, number 27, comes across the line in 2nd position. Kieran Roberts, the number 78, is going to be the novice who's going to take the highest novice position here in 3rd place, and also I think becomes a 3rd different novice to come in 3rd of this class. So at least the novices have been switching around a fair amount, but Cameron Crockett in 4th ahead of Daniel Thorne, with Bradley Scott in 6th place. And the karts, having completed 13 laps, will now go in and await their grid positions for the final later on. But Alex Keynes, number 52, no doubt about his position. He will be starting in 1st, and Purchase will be starting in 2nd, with that final, which will be race number, I think, 23. As we line up with the Minimax and Junior TKM, their 3rd heat, which will be coming out now, and we will see how each of these drivers get going as the circuit begins to warm even more. The sun has very much come out to play, and it is pretty warm out here on a September meeting, which you could be forgiven for thinking it might be otherwise. Jenson Watts versus Tom Adams is the real story in this class, of course. Minimax with the 1 junior TKM of Joseph Hockwad, who he would be racing on his own if he was not combined with the Minimaxes here. Sure, he'll be 1 for the senior TKM in a couple years' time. But for this race, it's Jenson Watts against Tom Adams, and it was Tom Adams who came out on top on both of the previous races. See if he can replicate that here and take a 3rd successive win, and already he's up into the lead. Just made it look effortless. As he just glides past Jenson Watts there, and already up into the lead of the race. Can Jenson Watts respond? He's got all the time he could possibly hope for to do it, but doing it is actually a far more difficult task. Tom Adams in the lead of the race certainly knows what he's doing at the steering wheel, and sat in the seat of a kart. He's a very able driver. 7 minutes and 5 seconds remain then of this race. Tom Adams holds the fastest lap, setting, obviously all of the drivers set a personal best on that last lap, having completed that 1st lap, but it was Tom Adams who was the fastest from the lead of the race, unsurprisingly, and already you might be able to see where this one's going. All of the drivers in the same positions they have been in the heats 1 and 2. And with 6 minutes and 33 seconds left on the clock, Adams versus Watts, which seemed like it could have been a real contest in heat 1. It died out slightly in heat 2. The two were just not on the same pace at all. Tom Adams seemed to really have that advantage. But on this particular occasion, it did seem that Tom Adams Really does hold the pace over Jensen Watts. Watts, Rourke and Hawkwood. Thornley rounds out the field. Hawkwood and Rourke in different classes, but still competing. And will Hawkwood be able to get past him this time? We shall see. But in fact, if this was one long race, what we would have seen is gradually Rourke reeling Watts in, because as the day has worn on, Rourke has very much become closer to Watts in terms of pace. And Tin and Rourke on the back of the number 36, Jensen Watts, could pose a threat to Watts and his second position. And Hawkwood's going to try and go up the inside here of Tin and Rourke. He manages to do that. Two might be in different classes, not going to stop them from switching positions on the field. And that makes Rourke passing Watts a more difficult challenge. Does go up the inside to try and reclaim that move though. Does manage to do that, Hawkwood, as they go past the photographer at Buttons Bend. Tom Adams looking on course for another victory for him though. 4 minutes and 3/4 remain. There have been very few overtakes in this class, fewer than any other class today, I would very much imagine. Either that or the senior TKM, and difference between them is the senior TKM often pose a very close class, whereas this one, it just seems all the drivers are on different paces today. Adams is easily the quickest. Watts and Rourke not quite able to keep up with the number 57's supreme pace that he just seems to hold. And Hawkwood in the junior TKM in behind Tin and Rourke, unable to pass at the moment. And it is Thornley at the back of the field, who hasn't been able to quite get on the pace of any of the other drivers. Hawkwood this time though has actually managed to get past Tin and Rourke. That's a change in position, and that'll be good for Hawkwood to get past Tin and Rourke there. It's overtake regardless of how important it is or not. And all three of the top 3 drivers setting personal bests in the first sector. Tom Adams already has such a huge advantage over Jensen Watts. It's going to be almost 4 seconds as they come over the line this time. It is 4.3 seconds on that last lap. Adams opened up his lead by 0.73 of a second. That's a huge amount to open up the lead by. And Jensen Watts, now in second position, will find himself in a significantly more difficult position to take the win from Adams. Joseph Hawkwood in third place, ahead of Tin and Rourke and Harvey Thornley. Thornley significantly further behind the rest of the field, and the rest of the field, excluding Thornley, are separated by 7 seconds, so you can see not absolutely miles apart from one another, but certainly not enough to consider them really battling. Jensen Watts in the number 36 has got a bit of pressure from the 33 TKM of Hawkwood. One minute and 35 seconds remain then. Adams holds the fastest lap, a 36.64, significantly quicker than the rest of the drivers, and significantly in the lead. The only real change of position I can see happening is Hawkwood overtaking Watts, which would, again, not affect anything in terms of either championship. But nonetheless, Hawkwood still giving it a good go to get past the number 36. As they sweep around the S's onto the Sturmy straight once more, less than a minute to go. Last lap now on Tom Adams. Once again, we see cruising to victory. Has had no troubles at all in this particular heat. In Heat 1, it looked like Jenson Watts might have been able to pass him had he just had that real instinct to get past, but Adams has had no troubles at all in Heat 2 and Heat 3 and takes checkered flag, takes the win very impressively. Jenson Watts does come across the line in second, Joseph Hawkwood in third, Tiernan Rourke fourth, and Harvey Thornley will conclude the race in fifth place, but that's a hat-trick of victories for Tom Adams, and 3 third heats and 3 consecutive winners of all 3 of those heats. Honda Cadet, Miami Cadet, and the Junior, the Minimax, sorry, all experiencing the same winners here. Number 11 of Harvey Thornley will go into the pits and will be ready for the next race, which is the Junior Max race number 18. And we'll be underway with this one shortly. The Junior Max, we've got Angus Fry alongside Harry Wilson-Brown, 2 drivers which, as we know, were competing in the previous heat. Could be one to watch, definitely, with Bradley Watts, Fraser Danoon, 3rd and 4th, Ethan Ling, Michael Goodburn in 5th and 6th, and on row 4 it is Bradley Shepherd and Sylvian Vessia. Of course, Vessia starting at the back due to him being a novice. Novice in the black with white number plated kart. As drivers make their way towards start finish line, we'll be underway with the Junior Max 3rd heat shortly, and away we go then. Number 46 of Angus Fry is taking an early lead here. The number 27 of Harry Wilson-Brown will try and compete, but of course we've had Bradley Shepherd win, I think, both of the previous races. Bradley Shepherd, yeah, he has indeed. So number 53 could be on for his 3rd win from 3 here, if he manages to clear the field and get into a winning position. But in a different scenario here, we've got Wilson-Brown and Angus Fry in the lead of the race, and Bradley Shepherd hasn't had to deal with such quick drivers so far today, really. He's not been presented such a challenge as this. As currently the race leader, Harry Wilson-Brown, leads from Angus Fry, with the number 76 of Ethan Ling keeping Shepherd from the top 2. Number 17 of Bradley Watts is ahead of Michael Goodburn. Goodburn, of course, offered a good battle last time out. Interesting to see if he can get past Watts and really present himself in a good position later on in this one, with Fraser Tanoon and Sylvian Vettia pretty much consistently 7th and 8th throughout the day. See if they can improve their pace to get into a better position, but it's looking good for any of the top 4 at the moment, as they've already managed to separate themselves out from the 17 of Bradley Watts, who is in 5th place. Wilson Brown leads the way then from Fry. Ethan Ling is in 3rd and 4th. Two-time champion today, Bradley Shepherd, victor of both of the races, and he's going to try and go up the inside to get past Ling here. Goes up the inside of the hairpin and makes that move stick, so is now up into 3rd, gains a position, and Ling now sees the back of the number 53 into the top end and heading down towards Billy's blind for the 4th time. Wilson Brown still leading the race, with Wilson Brown, with Angus Fry, in 2nd position. Bradley Shepherd is in 3rd and has been closing in all of the carts over the last few laps. He holds the fastest lap, and he's going to try and get past Fry and the race leader Wilson Brown before the end of this one. That much I can guarantee. Whether he will be able to do it is a different matter, but he goes on the inside of Fry now, gets that move done, and Fry is now down into 3rd place, and Bradley Shepherd in behind number 27 of Harry Wilson Brown. Into the top end go the top 2, which consist of Wilson Brown and Shepherd. And could Shepherd get into the lead? And this lap he's going to try and go up the inside of Billy's. Makes that move stick. There we are, already to the front of the field, and Bradley Shepherd will be on his way to a 3rd consecutive victory here today, having overtaken Fry, Ling and Wilson Brown, his close competitors throughout the day, but ultimately even those 3 don't have the pace that Bradley Shepherd is showing today. Showing absolutely blistering form is the number 53. How can anyone keep up with the inevitable winner of this race, unless something goes drastically wrong? That's a commentator's curse. I'll touch wood for him, but Bradley Shepherd does seem to be on his way, even with as much time as there is remaining, 3 minutes and 25 seconds. You struggle to see, just going off of the basis of the race pace throughout the day, and going by the fact that he's managed to dispose so easily of Wilson Brown, Fry and Ling. Just one opportunity was all he needed, up the inside, managed to make the move permanent on all of those occasions, and getting past each of those drivers with so little hesitation makes you really think, well, is there anyone who can rival him either in this race or later on? Already his lead is extended to almost a second as he holds the fastest lap of a 35.43. Next fastest lap time, a 35.77, set by 2nd place Wilson Brown. Wilson Brown is in 2nd and has Angus Fry behind him. Ethan Ling is in 4th, and the 3 of those drivers battling out for 2nd. It's looking more likely to be Fry than Ling at this stage. Ethan Ling is just over a second, or just under 2 seconds I should say actually, behind Harry Wilson Brown. But as Bradley Shepherd comes across the line then, it's looking like he's very much on his way to yet another victory, and yet another pretty comfortable victory as well. He's had no such troubles has, well, I say no such troubles at all. He hasn't had many troubles at all throughout the day. Bradley Shepherd, he's been absolutely sublime. 1 minute and 40 seconds remain, and his gap of 1.8 seconds, no one can rival that. Harry Wilson-Brown in second place is just having to defend ever so slightly from Angus Fry, who's also looking pretty racy. That's for second place, and now Fry will switch to the inside with the speed move going down into Billy. No, can't quite do it there. Has to switch back in behind number 27, and Wilson-Brown takes the initiative and also takes a bit of a gap, and now has a bigger margin than he did before. Angus Fry in third place, may have to settle for third. Certainly, if that's the only opportunity he's going to be given. Make Wilson-Brown cautious now that he knows he's there. Ethan Ling, meanwhile, the number 76, always there or thereabouts, but not quite at the pace of Wilson-Brown and Fry, with 45 seconds left on the clock. So that's it, the timer hit 0 then. Bradley Shepherd will be on his way towards the last lap board. It's still looking the same elsewhere. Wilson-Brown slightly battling with Fry, but Fry not close enough to really pull off a convincing move. Ethan Ling is in fourth. Fifth is Bradley Watts ahead of Michael Goodburn, number 12, who's over 3.5 seconds short of Ethan Ling. Fraser Danoon is 7th, Sylvian Vessia is in 8th. And of course the results are provisional until really the grid positions later on, where it will be confirmed whether any of the drivers have been given penalties or not. But it's been a very convincing day for Bradley Shepherd, number 53, who's on his way to another victory here, and another comprehensive one, no troubles for the race winner. Harry Wilson-Brown taking second, third, Angus Fry, and Ethan Ling has pulled into the pits on the last lap. For what reason that is, I don't know, but has gone into the pits and will finish. Well, he won't finish at all. He'll get the points for 8th place in this particular one. But Wilson-Brown takes second, Angus Fry third, and that boosts Bradley Watts up into 4th, 5th. Michael Goodburn, and then Fraser Danoon 6th. Sorry, Sylvian Vessia 7th, and Ethan Ling puzzlingly retiring on the last lap there. But regardless, Bradley Shepherd takes 3 wins out of 3 in a junior max race, which was convincing for him from start to finish. .177's line up on the grid, ready for their third heat, and it's Daniel Martin on pole. And from that position, you really struggle to see how he wouldn't take the win. He's definitely the favourite alongside Joe Walmsley, with Tony Wilson and Steve Nash on row 2. and away they go. Daniel Martin already opening up a gap between himself and the rest of the field, and they barely even reached the first corner yet. Into the S's, and Daniel Martin still holds the race lead. Joe Walmsley, number 33, is in second. Tony Wilson third. Fourth, Steve Nash. Fifth, Stephen James, who put up so much entertainment in the previous race. Really thought that Daniel Martin would have just got into the lead straight away, but James disproved that theory and managed to keep both Martin and Dean Mann behind him for a fair period of time. Dean Mann, the number 27, is in 7th place. Daniel Martin, though, holds the race lead and also holds the fastest lap of the race, 35.96. Some of the other drivers have got even close to that. A 36.28 is the effort of Joe Walmsley, who at the moment actually does seem like the next closest driver to Daniel Martin. Dean Mann was really looking promising in the earlier heats, but just unable to match up to the number 70 and his supreme pace that he's been showing here today. But Dean Mann gaining 2 positions on that previous lap. Tony Wilson is in 4th, 5th Steve Nash, 6th Philip Wood, Martin Howell and Samuel Dix all gaining a position, as Stephen James has pulled into the pit. That's a shame. He had a good race last time out. I think he finished 4th, might have finished 3rd, but keeping Daniel Martin behind him for so long. And Dean Mann as well, causing a real problem for the number 27. Did a really good job during the entirety of that race, did Stephen James. Now pulls into the pits though, for whatever reason that is, I don't know. But of the 11 cars who started, 8 remain, as we have 3 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock before the end of this one, and before senior TKM, their 30 will be out. Will Davis will start on pole alongside Luke Barton. And be sure to watch out for the senior TKM next month. It's the Chris Hart Memorial Trophy, and you can expect a significantly larger grid than today. The Super 1 series finishing as well, so that means that more drivers will be available to race here at Clay, and the senior TKM, having been so close over the last couple months, sure to be one to watch next month, and hopefully the month after as well. 3 minutes to go, and Daniel Martin leads with no problems at all. Over 4 seconds he's got his advantage, and Joe Walmsley, his closest competitor. And it is Steve Nash who has received a contact warning there. And so we have to be careful to not get involved in such incidents like that in the near future. Number 33 of Joe Walmsley still remains in second place with Dean Mann. He's in third. Tony Wilson, Philip Wood, Steve Nash, Samuel Dix and Martin Howell really presenting a really good fight here from 4th down to 7th. But correction for that, it's actually a contact warning for the number 26, Samuel Dix, who has that contact warning, not Steve Nash. So just be aware of that. But yeah, that's definitely the closest battle out there, and possibly by far the most entertaining, I would imagine. Tony Wilson in 4th is holding that position at the moment, but all the way down to Martin Howell, 4th down to 8th. It's Wilson. Steve Nash is up into 5th, having got past Philip Wood, and Samuel Dix, Martin Howell in 7th and 8th. .48 seconds left on the clock. Daniel Martin on his way to yet another comfortable victory. Joe Walmsley in second place and Dean Mann in 3rd. Dean Mann on his way to the first time he hasn't finished second here today. He will actually finish 3rd in this particular race. He's over 5.8 seconds behind Joe Walmsley, so certainly no catching him. Tony Wilson in 4th is still having a lot of pressure from Steve Nash in behind, and all of those drivers still racing pretty ferociously, it has to be said. 12 seconds left on the clock, and Daniel Martin will have to go around for another lap. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and now the clock does hit 0, and we'll be on the last lap next time by. Wilson, Nash, Wood, Dix and Howell is the order from 4th to 8th, and that's a pretty good battle going on there as Nash is right behind Wilson as Nash attempts to have a look for a move, but Wilson isn't providing any insight of how he's supposed to do that as of yet. Daniel Martin actually isn't too far away from lapping Martin Howell, who's in 8th and battling within that field, and Steve Nash gets into a bit of contact there with a couple of drivers. He's now at the back of the field in 8th place. Had a bit of a collision there. I think it was with Tony Wilson. It was either with Wilson or with Philip Wood, who is in 6th place, and may have tapped him from behind. But it is the last lap, and Wilson ahead of Wood, Dix, Howell and Nash. That is still the order. Checkered flag comes out though for yet another victory for Daniel Martin. Joe Walmsley, the number 33, will take 2nd place. 3rd will be Dean Mann, but who will take 4th? That's the real race going on here. As Wilson is holding that position at the moment, but the number 15 of Philip Wood ahead of Samuel Dix. Looking like it is going to be Wilson. No late minute drama as any carts will try to get past. As they go across the line, it will be Wilson just about ahead of Philip Wood, who finishes ahead of Samuel Dix by 0.1 of a second. Martin Howell ahead of Steve Nash rounds out the 8 drivers. penultimate heat of the day then sees the senior TKM line up for their third and final heat, and Davis versus Barton versus Hodge. The rivalry continues between Davis and Barton, evidently, after one win apiece. This last heat will decide the finals order, and we are away with 8 minutes of the senior TKM to enjoy before the senior max later on. And Lee Hodge goes up the inside and manages to get past Luke Barton. He's up into second position now. Barton might try and take that move back there, but can't quite do so. Will Davis leads the race in these early stages, but it is Hodge who holds second. Lee Hodge holding second then, and if things happen as this will be a reflection of heat number one. Luke Barton goes back up the inside and reclaims that position past Lee Hodge. And Barton no longer third, up into second place and behind Will Davis once more, who he'll definitely want the win off, considering the heat one incident at the end of that. Heat two was much less fiery. The senior TKM already looking fairly spaced out. Will Davis has a lead and a gap as well of 0.6 seconds there was on that previous lap. See what it is this time by, whether Barton has closed that margin at all on the current race leader. As they go across the line, has actually lost a bit of time, Barton. 0.84 the difference now. And now the difference between Barton and Hodge is 1.25 of a second, so it's looking already pretty set in stone, where well, certainly looks like Hodge is going to finish, going on the pace throughout the day, but it's going to be Barton versus Davis for the win. And at the moment, the pace that Davis is showing looks like he will come out on top, but there's still a lot of time left. And Barton did close in by 0.04 of a second on that previous lap, so Davis hasn't got his victory completely won yet. Still got some work to do, but certainly if he keeps going the pace he's going, then Luke Barton shouldn't be able to catch him. Just under 5 minutes to go then. I'm going to take this opportunity to remind you of our Facebook page, Clay Pigeon Kart Club. Make sure you go over there, give us a like, be kept up to date with all the latest results, stats, making sure you know what's happening with the next race meeting, and some exclusive photos from the events as well. So make sure you get involved with the Facebook page there. Feel free to message the page for any inquiries you might have. And also, of course, the live stream is up at the moment. Unfortunately, the Twitter feed is not active this month, but hopefully will be resume again next month. But live stream, of course, make sure you stay on top of that. And that'll be up on YouTube. It's streaming currently as we speak. You can go and view it later on, especially if the race you're involved in or a relative was involved in was particularly exciting. Go back over to the live stream and see how all the times figured out as that race bore on. But we are coming towards the finals later on, and we've got some exciting ones certainly ahead of us. The Honda Cadet final, that's always a particular highlight. I believe over the last 2 months we've had 4 red flags in the Honda Cadet finals now. Let's hope for not that as such, but it certainly proves that there's a lot of passion and racing, well, close racing with the Honda Cadets, that's for sure. And of course the Senior Mags, which are coming up in the race after this one, they're sure to provide a brilliant final later on as well, as those drivers will be making their way to what will be another great race, I'm sure, with a pretty large grid and a very competitive field. 2 minutes 50 seconds left on the clock, and Will Davis still leads Luke Barton. No changes in the order. Lee Hodge in third and has dropped off fairly significantly from Luke Barton over the last few laps. 0.36 of a second, and it is pretty hot outside. It's not really blazingly hot, but it's certainly nice weather out there. No mystifying rain which has come along and essentially ruined the strategy of the kart. None of the tyres will have to be changed. It's definitely slicks are the course of the day. Never any doubt about that, and it is nice to have a September meeting in this glorious weather. Each of the drivers make their way round to complete their 11th lap. 1 minute and 40 seconds left on the clock. Fastest lap belongs to the race leader, Will Davis, and he set that on lap 3, just setting a personal best on sector 1 there. Lee Hodge, as Luke Barton, a 36.32 is his personal best, so over a tenth slower than Will Davis, but he has been catching up, Davis, over the last couple of laps, and now closed in by 0.16 of a second. Again, this one isn't completely over yet. 1 minute and 7 seconds left on the clock. And Barton trying to get past Will Davis is going to have a tough job of doing so. A tough job, but not impossible. Barton, of course, won Heat 2. Sustained pressure from Davis throughout, but couldn't quite do anything about the race leader. Will Davis ducking his head down, trying to get out of the wind in order to just give him maximum speed going down the straight. But Luke Barton does look closer than he has done at any stage throughout this race so far. Less than half a minute to go on the clock, and then we'll be into the added lap. Into Button's Bend, and then on the short straight connecting that bend with the top end, heading down towards the start finish line. There you go, and 3, 2, 1, the clock hits 0, and the next lap will be the final one. This is the penultimate lap now of the senior TKM before the lunch break. And of course still the Senior Max to look forward to before that, but Senior Max coming up next in race number 21. Luke Barton just doesn't look like he's quite able to really create the opportunity to get past Will Davis here. Last lap board is out, and well, Luke Barton's going to try and go up the inside now, and he's going to try and go up the inside of Billy's blind. Will Davis is pushed out wide, and this could be the last opportunity, and it is indeed a pass for Luke Barton. He gets into the lead of the race for the first time. Looks like all this time he was just spending catching up Will Davis, biding his time, and now with the last lap on the cards makes the move, and Will Davis finds himself in second place. The two of them racing very, very hard, but looks like Luke Barton is going to come out on top here. He's just been catching up ever so slightly, and now he'll come across the line and take the win. A slight shake of the head by Will Davis, who maybe just started to take his foot off the gas towards the closing few laps there. Certainly that was a wake-up call when Barton went flying past him at Billy's blind. It was a well-worked routine and a good move by the race winner, and Luke Barton takes his second win of the day. as we prepare for the Senior Max third heat, which will be coming up next. And the Senior Max preparing for their third and final heat, and on the front row is Tyler Trotter in the number 99. Jordan Brightman West will start alongside him on the front row, with Oliver Holden and Will Maynard in third and fourth position respectively. Amelia Vincent alongside Alex Kite is row 3, with Mike Brehort and Anne Bowditch 7th and 8th. Rounding out the top 10, Jasmine Norman and Thomas Martin, with Cole Edwards, John the Sweeper, Andy Ward and Harriet Stiles making up from 11th to 14th place. Elliot Herbert and Harry Simpson 15th and 16th, 17th and 18th. Alex Dyson, David Simpson and Ryan Hodge at the back of the field. Let's see how the Senior Max third heat goes. And away we do go now. Tyler Trotter, he is away with Joshua Whittington. Sorry, that's definitely not the right grid. It's Jordan Brightman West. He is was alongside him on the grid, but looks like the number 17 has already lost a couple of positions. Number 23 of Oliver Holden had a good start, already gained a couple of positions. Very, very close together, those cars towards the rear of the field there, but Oliver Holden with a good start, gaining 2 positions from 4th up to 2nd, and overtaking Brightman West up into that 2nd position behind the 99 of Tyler Trotter, who's had a good start from the front row. From pole position, the 99 now does lead. Oliver Holden 2nd, 3rd is Alex Kite. Maynard is 4th, 5th Brightman West. And the top 4 are very close together indeed. The number 33 of Maynard just holding on to that group for the moment, but what will be interesting to see is Edwards and Stiles, Sweepers, all of their movements up the field. We all know how quick those drivers are. Ryan Hodge also gaining 4 positions from the first lap alone. Dead last and already up into 15th of the 19 grid Senior Max heat that we're seeing here. Number 99 of Tyler Trotter does still lead. Alex Kite in 2nd. Oliver Holden having been overtaken by the 97. Maynard is in 4th. 5th is Cole Edwards gaining 2 positions past Brightman West and Amelia Vincent. Martin, Sweeper, Norman, Stiles all gaining a position as Brehort falls down into 12th. But it's all going on throughout the field. No one has really escaped yet. Tyler Trotter, number 99, has been overtaken, and the number 97 of Alex Kite now takes the lead. Could he be our 3rd different winner? And the first race of the day in which we have 3 different winners in 3 separate races. That would make a nice difference considering the rest of the field. There's contact warning for Oliver Holden, number 23, supposedly for probably barging one of the drivers out of the way there. Cole Edwards gaining another position up into 4th. Considering he started just outside of the top 10, he's made a brilliant start. 3 laps in, Cole Edwards up into 4th place. And you see the number 11, he's hunting down the number 99, Tyler Trotter now. He goes up the inside. No, actually, it's the number 33 is Will Maynard. Maynard, he's not really made much of a protest. They're getting out of the way of the number 11. Number 97 of Kite leads the way. Oliver Holden is in 2nd. There's a contact warning for the number 13, meanwhile. Alex Dyson sitting in 18th position. Got to be careful now. There's a cart off just on the entrance to the Essex. It's a very unusual place. I'm not sure I've ever seen a cart off there, but regardless, looks like he just pulled over. Looks like at the moment it's still Alex Kite in the lead of the race. Number 23 of Oliver Holden is in 2nd place. Cole Edwards managed to find himself up into 3rd now. 4th is Thomas Martin, having got past Maynard. Both John Sweeper and Harriet Stiles have also made decent progress. Ryan Hodge has made very good progress as well, up into 11th place now. David Simpson is up into 14th, having gained 2 positions from that previous lap, but it's still Kite who leads the way from Oliver Holden. Cole Edwards is in 3rd, Thomas Martin is in 4th, 5th place Maynard, and then John Sweeper in 6th. Sweeper has made very good progress throughout this race so far. Started even further down the field than Cole Edwards. Edwards' progress has been much more drastic. He's made the moves significantly and quicker, but it doesn't mean that John Sweeper hasn't made very good progress to have almost halved his grid position as well. Well, I think he started about 12th, already up into 6th place. Might make further progress than that. Kite and Holden have escaped the top two, and now it looks like Holden's going to try and go up the inside of Alex Kite. That's a change for the lead, and he manages to make that move. And Oliver Holden is the new race leader, takes a defensive line into the horseshoe to make sure that Alex Kite doesn't come back at him to reclaim the race lead. And that buys time for Cole Edwards in third, who will now relish the opportunity to meet with the top two and try and overtake them. Cole Edwards is in third and is ahead of Thomas Martin, who he certainly isn't shaking off. Martin is very much in with a chance here. Sweeper Maynard, and it's John Sweeper who is in 5th place now, having made that progress. Harriet Styles is in 7th place, also making progress up the field. How much more progress can the Heat 1 winner make? The top three are not separated by much anymore. On that last lap, it was just over 1.5 seconds, and I suspect it's going to be less than that this time. Certainly, the gap between Holden and Kite has increased, but Holden and Edwards, who knows? It has more or less stayed the same between Holden and Edwards, but Edwards has caught up with Alex Kite, and second place of Alex Kite seems less certain than it was before. No doubt about that. Thomas Martin is in 4th, with John Sweeper in 5th place. 6th place Maynard is behind, with Harriet Styles in 7th position. And then there's a fairly lengthy gap back to the number 74, Amelia Vincent. He is ahead. She's ahead of Ryan Hodge there, with Jasmine Norman rounding out the top 10 as things stand. 2 of the drivers are out. Pole sitter Tyler Trotter, unfortunately, he's the driver on the entrance to the S's. Very unfortunate for him. And Alex Dyson is into the pits, having already received a contact warning earlier on. So 17 karts remain of the 19 that started. 2 minutes and 15 seconds left on the clock, and it's still Oliver Holden who leads at the moment, the number 23 in the lead of the race, and not really convincingly so, but certainly has enough of a gap that it's not a worry back to Alex Kite. Cole Edwards is still in third, with Thomas Martin 4th. 5th place John Sweeper ahead of Will Maynard and Harriet Styles in 7th. Ryan Hodge, meanwhile, has just got past Amelia Vincent. That's a change for 8th position. And Andy Ward also switches himself into the top 10, having got past Jasmine Norman. Holden has overtaken Kite. And obviously that happened a good few laps ago. And now Holden, having held the race lead, is now opening up that race lead all the time, and it seems that Holden will be the third different winner of the Senior Max this month. This is, for me, has been the exciting race of the day, throughout the day, the heat of the Senior Max. A big grid with a lot of talent out there, and Oliver Holden could be about to join that long list of winners that we're already seeing throughout the season. Oliver Holden is got away from the battle for second. He has a quick look back to see what's going on. Alex Kite is under a lot of pressure from Cole Edwards. Good on Cole Edwards to be able to move up in second here. He's in third at the moment, and at this rate Cole Edwards will have a first, second and a third under his belt. But could he make that a first, a second and a second? Well, that depends on whether he can get past the number 97 of Alex Kite with 30 seconds that remain. Number 69 of Thomas Martin is in 4th as things stand, and ahead of the number 82 of John Sweeper, who seems to be out of the contest for really battling with that little squabble that is going on for second place. Alex Kite versus Cole Edwards. Edwards is going to try and switch the inside. No, he doesn't. Not quite enough pace on him to be able to switch up the inside there. He's going to try and go up the inside of the S's, and he does manage to do so. Outbreaks Alex Kite. And now Cole Edwards is up into second place. Kite in third. The blue flags wave to tell number 22 of Elliot Herbert to get out of the way of the race leader Holden. 0 seconds left on the clock, meaning the next one will be the final lap, and it's Oliver Holden who will go into that final lap as the leader, and then looking like an almost certain victory for him. He has over 2.7 second gap back to Cole Edwards, who is now in second place, of course, having got past Alex Kite in the previous lap. Thomas Martin is in third place. Edwards having to get the back marker out of the way there, but Alex Kite, that has brought him the opportunity to go right up behind the number 11. Thomas Martin is also in with a shout, but looks like it's going to be Cole Edwards who's going to be able to hold on to second place. But meanwhile, it's been a brilliant race for Oliver Holden, the number 23. He's on his way to a victory in the Senior Max, and he takes the win. Cole Edwards takes second ahead of Alex Kite. Thomas Martin fourth. Fifth is John the Sweeper, and Harriet Styles takes sixth. Seventh, Will Maynard, and eighth, Ryan Hodge. Amelia Vincent ninth. Andy Ward will conclude the top 10 with Jasmine Norman in 11th. And here comes Jasmine Norman now. Harry Simpson will come across the line in 12th. 13th, David Simpson. Mike Brahort in 14th. And Brightman West will conclude the race in the number 17, coming across the line in 15th with Elliot Herbert and Anna Bodic already lapped. But that was a brilliant race there by the Senior Max to conclude the heats of the day. We'll be back with the finals in approximately half an hour, and we'll be kicking off there with the Honda Cadet final. But Oliver Holden wins a spectacular Senior Max third heat with Cole Edwards in second, and he will start on pole later on. So the Honda Cadet final, and we are away then from the front row. It was Ollie Tyler and Joshua Whittington Couch, and Ollie Tyler from the C-plated kart in pole position does lead the way. And going on the current form that he's in, hat-trick of victories, making it 4 out of 4. Maybe wouldn't be the biggest task of the day, considering he managed to make it from 12th to the win in just the previous race, or was it Heat 2? I can't remember, but truly extraordinary day for Ollie Tyler, and as things stand, he's on his way to 4 out of 4 victories in the Honda Cadet class, and I can't remember the last time that happened. But Joshua Whittington Couch in second, number 99. He's had a good day. He's battling with Sean Cuss at the moment, also battling with Ethan Leader. Still, the battle for second is very much up for grabs, and I don't want to completely dismiss the fact that Ollie Tyler's going to win this race. But even with as much time as there is left, we've only just begun the 13-minute race. It just seems that no one is quite able to match Ollie Tyler's sheer pace that he has, and he is escaping at the moment from the rest of the field, who will be squabbling it out. And it is Whittington Couch who holds second at the moment, but Ethan Leader's managed to get past Cuss. That's a change for third position there, so Cuss moves down into fourth, and now has Harry James to contend with in the number 55. He was also trying to fend off Jake Adams. Charlie Vaughan's also in there, the number 17. 8th is 39 of George Walker. Luke Rendell and Thomas Kakarua Yeomans are in 8th, 9th and 10th. As drivers make their way down towards the hairpin. And now sweeping towards a left-hand horseshoe. It is still Whittington Couch who holds the advantage in second position, ahead of third placed in the blue kart, number 27. Number 69, Sean Cuss. He's actually lost a couple of positions here, down into 6th, as Jake Adams and Charlie Vaughan have got past. But at the moment, Ethan Leader trying to get past the 99 of Whittington Couch for second. At the back of the field, Liam Demon overtaking Nicole Sutherland. That's a change for 14th. And the only novice in the field, Mason Perrin, up into 13th. Whittington Couch still trying to fend off Ethan Leader as they battle with, I think it's the number 17 of Charlie Vaughan, with Jake Adams tucked in behind. There's a contact warning for the number 27, meanwhile. Ethan Leader currently in second place, having got past Whittington Couch, and will Charlie Vaughan be able to follow through? It's going to be Jake Adams in the number 54 is also going to try and make the most of the situation. Does dive up the inside, I believe. It might be Adams who's going to take more advantage here. It's in fact Charlie Vaughan. So Vaughan up into second place, having got past Ethan Leader. Whittington Couch now down into 4th. Jake Adams is battling 5th. This is exactly what you want to see from the Honda Cadets. All of them on very similar pace, almost identical pace, and all battling with one another. Don't want to see them get away from the rest of the field. As great as it is from Ollie Tyler, for an exciting race point of view, you just want to see them battle, and that's what these drivers are great at. You can tell they want to be in the kart right now. They're having great battles down there on the circuit as Charlie Vaughan leads the battle for second. He's ahead of Ethan Leader, who is in third place. He is, in respect, ahead of Joshua Whittington Couch in 4th. 5th is Jake Adams, and 6th Harry James. James is going to try and go up the inside here, and it looks like he's going to make that move stick. I think that was Adams up the inside of Whittington Couch. Actually, Whittington Couch actually could be losing another position here. And number 99, yeah, that is Whittington Couch. He's trying to battle with Harry James. Looks like he does just about get ahead of James, but Sean Cuss gets ahead of James too and follows through, and therefore Sean Cuss moves up into 6th now. Ollie Tyler is strolling his way forward. The gap between him and Charlie Vaughan, 4.17 seconds, so absolutely huge margin between Ollie Tyler and Charlie Vaughan. But Charlie Vaughan is ahead of Ethan Leader, who is ahead of Jake Adams. Whittington Couch is ahead of Sean Cuss, the 5th and 6th. Looks like there might have been a change there, though. I think that Harry James may have got past, and no, it is in fact Kakarua Yeomans, and he's managed to get past Cuss and James, and he's now up behind Whittington Couch, so he's up into 6th now. Any of the top 10 could still take this this second place. All of them are battling so ferociously. All down to 11th, actually. It's George Walker right at the back there, the number 39, who's still in with a shout. All the drivers from 2nd down to 11th. So close together. At the moment, holding that is Charlie Vaughan in the number 17. Ethan Leader goes to the outside. Has a little bit of a squabble with Vaughan, but can't get past. Jake Adams, the number 54, is ahead of Whittington Couch, who's ahead of Kakuro Yeman. Ollie Tyler completes his 9th lap in the lead of the race as Charlie Vaughan is ahead of Ethan Leader, who's ahead of Jake Adams. And now Ethan Leader's going to try and go past. He manages to do so, but one of the carts spins and there's a yellow flag. Luckily, no contact was made with any of the other carts, but that puts him out of the running. Just see who that is. I think it might be Jake Adams, number 54. And it is indeed. So Jake Adams, unfortunately for him, out of that battle for 2nd. And when he comes around on the next lap, he will, well, be trying to catch up with the rest of the field again. The number 39 of George Walker, who I mentioned was on the back of that battle. Now, the top 10 very much in contention. Actually, Sean Cuss is out of the running as well, the number 69. He's pulled into the pit. Not quite sure why that is, but Cuss also out of that. So the battle for 2nd now limited really to the from 2nd down to 6th. That group has separated off somewhat from Rendell down to Walker. Luke Rendell, Corin Jenkins and George Walker are having a slightly separate battle to 2nd to 5th place of Vaughan, Leader, Whittington Couch and Kakuro Yeman. It seems that Kakuro Yeman is having the best race of his day so far. Any of those 5 drivers could still take 2nd. Meanwhile, as Ethan Leader currently holds that advantage, he's overtaken Charlie Vaughan once again. Seems to be very much a temporary position with these Honda drivers, always chopping and changing all of their various positions, and it's Ethan Leader who leads the way for 2nd place at the moment. It's Charlie Vaughan who holds 3rd. 4th is Whittington Couch. Harry James is 5th with Kakuro Yeman in 6th. A short gap back to Corin Jenkins, who's overtaken Luke Rendell there. That's a change for 7th. As Ethan Leader still does hold the ticket for 2nd place at the moment. The final spot in the podium belongs to Charlie Vaughan as things stand, but Whittington Couch is right on his tail. James has managed to get past Kakuro Yeman and is now up into 5th. Into the top bend they go once more. And Ethan Leader in 2nd place is trying to separate himself from the rest of the field. He's actually managed to open up a little gap between himself and Vaughan, but Vaughan could be overtaken by Whittington Couch here. James is going to try and follow through. James into the S's. Looks like he might have to sacrifice that move. Charlie Vaughan, he does indeed, and in fact him trying to battle it as much as he did resulted in another position loss. The number 88 of Kakuro Yeman also goes through, and then Vaughan spins it all by himself, just trying a little bit too hard in the hairpin, and Charlie Vaughan goes off. Bit of skidding and sliding on the grass, but he manages to rejoin, and that is unfortunate. It just hasn't been Charlie Vaughan's day, but just trying a little bit too hard into the hairpin and a bit too much power on the exit, spun it round, and now he's out of the running for that position as well, and gets a contact warning just to rub the salt in the wound. So also a contact warning for the number 17 Charlie Vaughan, who now sits in 12th position. But it is Whittington Couch in the number 99 who is now the closest competitor to Ethan Leader in 2nd, who certainly hasn't completely disappeared from the rest of the field, but 3rd placed Whittington Couch with Harry James, Kakuro Yeman. They'll be looking to try and catch up Leader, no doubt about it. 3 minutes and 15 seconds to go of the Honda Cadet final of round 7 of 9 of the 2016 championship. And into the S's they go. Number 27, Ethan Leader. He is holding that 2nd place at the moment and doesn't have much pressure from the other drivers as things stand. 3rd place, Whittington Couch having to defend a bit from Harry James, but not too much. It's becoming a huge issue at the moment. Harry James might be able to create an opportunity over the next coming corners. Those who make their way into the top end once more. Here they come down the pit straight with just 2.5 minutes to go. Contact warning, meanwhile, for the number 55. That is Harry James. Got to be careful not to barge the rear bumper of Whittington Couch too much. Number 99, Kart, probably has felt a few bumps and barges from Harry James. He's also lost out to Kakaroo Yearmans now, so Kakaroo is up into 4th place. He's behind Whittington Couch, who just can't quite catch up with Ethan Leader. They're just not quite quick enough. On that previous lap, they caught up by 0.08 of a second to Ethan Leader, but it looks that Ethan Leader at the moment for 2nd place has that place on lockdown. He's determined not to lose it. Not catching up with Ollie Tyler in a hurry, but is managing to sustain the distance between himself and Kakaruo, who has also managed to get past Whittington Couch, and I think James might have followed through actually. So Kakaruo looks like he might have the answer to who can rival Ethan Leader. He's certainly got more pace than the other drivers around him. Not the fastest laps suggest that, but he hasn't overtaken those drivers for no reason. Fastest lap does belong to the race leader if you're talking about personal best though. 41.14 is Ollie Tyler's lap time. And 1 minute, sorry, and 1 second left till the timer hits 0. And there'll be the 1 extra lap to conclude this one. The race win is looking pretty certain for Ollie Tyler, who has not had any issues at all throughout the day. He's driven very well, the C-plated youngster. 27 of Ethan Leader is in 2nd place with Kukuro Yearmans in 3rd. And made great progress as well. Didn't have the best grid position and hasn't really had the best day as Kukuro, but he's managed to make great progress up into 3rd. And Whittington Couch has managed to overtake Harry James. Both the drivers with the double-barreled surnames are into 3rd and 4th now. Luke Rendell in 6th. And George Walker in 7th, having got past Karen Jenkins. Charlie Vaughan has been unable to really recover since his spin a couple of laps ago. And it is the last lap now for Ollie Tyler, the race leader. The battle, which was a battle, has kind of died out a bit recently for 2nd place. And Ethan Leader does hold that at the moment at 2nd place. Kakaruo and Joshua Whittington Couch in 3rd and 4th, but the last lap board has happened. The last lap has been completed, and this will be yet another win. 4 wins out of 4, and a very successful day for Ollie Tyler, who takes the checkered flag. No problems for the champion, and 9.4 seconds the distance between Ollie Tyler and Ethan Leader as they went over the line there. Kakaruo finished ahead of Whittington Couch as for 3rd. Harry James 5th, 6th. Luke Rendell, Karen Jenkins 7th, having got past George Walker. Jake Adams in 9th, having had that earlier spin, did manage to recover up to 9th, and Charlie Vaughan recovering up to 10th. But Daniel Beards, Mason Perrin in 11th and 12th, 13th. Liam Deedman and Nicole Sutherland and Sean Cuss in 14th and 15th. the Miami Cadet final ready to get underway, and it's Alex Keynes ahead of Leo Purchase on the front row. Kieran Roberts and Daniel Thorne with Cameron Crockett and Bradley Scott make up the rest of the field, and 30 minutes of Miami Cadet final is underway. Alex Keynes does lead the way. Purchase in second position, and Daniel Thorne with Kieran Roberts, Bradley Scott and Cameron Crockett. As I mentioned, the rest of the field, that was how they lined up. How will that end up at the end of the 13 minutes? It's already looking almost like you can predict the top two. It has been Keynes ahead of Purchase all day. Whereas the novices, meanwhile, have squabbled quite a lot throughout the day. Crockett, Roberts, Scott and Thorne. I believe it's only Bradley Scott who hasn't taken a third place. I think the other drivers have swapped around in that position. But with one lap completed, it is Alex Keynes who holds an early lead here ahead of Purchase. And, well, Keynes, I think he's led every single lap today. There hasn't been a occasion in which Keynes has really been threatened. Purchase has offered moments where he has looked like he might have been able to create an opportunity to get past number 52, but he's just never quite been able to pull it off. And even with his pole positions, there have been which he's held. So going down to Billy's, Purchase has just always been slightly outsmarted by Keynes, who switches to the inside, takes an early lead, and then escapes with that lead, opening up that gap each and every lap he completes. So it's looking good for the number 52, even in these early stages, to go on and take 4 out of 4 victories, much like Ollie Tyler in the cadet class in the previous race, of course. There's a good battle going on here. It's between Crockett and the number 78 of Kieran Roberts, and the two of them having a pretty good squabble for third. I was saying on the live stream, as the other announcements were going out over the speakers around the circuit, despite the top two having finished in the same position every race, it's always been Keynes ahead of Purchase. At the end, it's been the 4 novices who have swapped around quite a lot, and I think there's only been 3 different takers for third place. I believe Crockett finished in third in Heat 1, and also I think Bradley Scott and Kieran Roberts might have also finished in third, but Daniel Thorne might have as well, but a little bit further down the order. But Crockett, Roberts, Scott and Thorne all seem to be on relatively similar pace throughout the day. Daniel Thorne in this particular race doesn't seem quite as on the pace. The number 25 slightly further behind than the other 3 novices. But the three of them still having a good fight there, almost three abreast going into the horseshoe, but Crockett holds that advantage at the moment. 78 of Kieran Roberts against Bradley Scott. That is that fight for third position, which at the moment Crockett holds. And if that is the case, then I think he'll be the first driver, the first novice driver to take 2 third positions in this class. It's been a closely fought position throughout the day, that third place, but none of the 4 novices seem to be on the same level as Keynes and Purchase, who have escaped once again. Their massive margin behind the top 2. Crockett still battling with Kieran Roberts though, as Bradley Scott and Daniel Thorne. Actually, Daniel Thorne is closing in on them. The screen's frozen on my PC, but it's like, actually I'll just get it over here, but looks like Crockett has with Robert, Scott and Thorne still at the back of the field, but he has been closing in over the last few laps and is now right on the back of that battle of 4 for third place. Just under 7 minutes to go now. And Cameron Crockett still leads the way in that battle. Kieran Roberts, Bradley Scott, Daniel Thorne. That is still the order as things stand. Fastest lap belongs to, unsurprisingly, the race leader, 41.13, Alex Keynes, ahead of Leo Purchase's 41.2, so only 0.07 of a second slower in terms of personal best, but those 0.07 of a second do add up, and it does mean that Alex Keynes has managed to just get away from Leo Purchase. The gap between them, 1.45 seconds on that previous lap, and the gap between Keynes and Crockett, a massive 14.68 seconds. Less than a minute to go then in race number 23, the Army Cadet Final. With Keens, Purchase, Roberts, Crockett, Thorne, Scott as the order of the 6 drivers out on track. 40 seconds remain, and it is Alex Keens who's on his way to his 4th consecutive victory in this class. He has been the main force out here today. No one's been able to match his lap times, his race pace, and frankly his ability to get past Purchase, who was the only other driver who ever started ahead of him, to get past Purchase and take the initiative with the lead and open up that lead each and every lap. He's got a 4-second advantage, and Kieran Roberts is looking pretty set in stone to get his 3rd place. Bradley Scott has gained 2 positions to get past Crockett and Thorne, and Scott up to 4th. Crockett falling down the order as the race has gone on, with the number 25 Daniel Thorne still at the back of the field. But it is the last lap now of the Miami Cadet Final. And actually Alex Keens at the front is actually closer to the back of Daniel Thorne than I think Keens is to pretty much any other driver, which is says quite a lot about the race really. Alex Keens thoroughly dominant and takes the win now, just 6 seconds behind, lapping Daniel Thorne, who was in 6th place. Leo Purchase takes a checker flag in 2nd, but a great win from Alex Keens, takes nothing away from the youngster. 20 laps of the Miami Cadet Final reaches an end, with Kieran Roberts going to take a 3rd place. Still battling are Crockett and Scott, I think it is. Kieran Roberts takes 3rd, no problems for him there, but it's the 32 of Scott who takes 4th place. Crockett ahead of Thorne across the line. A very up and down race for Cameron Crockett there. 1 minute he's in 3rd, and next he's in 5th, struggling not to finish last in the order, but that is Alex Keens' 4th consecutive victory. A great win for him as he finishes ahead of Leo Purchase. Best lap of a 41.09 seconds by Alex Keens, now set on lap 11. That finishes ahead of Leo Purchase by exactly 5 seconds. It is the Minimax and Junior TKM final now, and it's Tom Adams on pole position alongside Jensen Watts, Tiernan Rourke, Harvey Thornley and Joseph Hawkwood are the rest of the karts on the grid there. Let's see if Tiernan Rourke can make any progress on Jensen Watts in this race. Already Rourke is ahead for I think what even might be the first time today in just the first few corners of the final. And Tiernan Rourke, who has been consistently ever so slightly catching up with Watts in terms of not only pace but also on the track itself, and is now actually ahead of Jensen Watts. And Watts looked like the real one to rival Tom Adams earlier on in the day. Joseph Hawkwood, of course, in the lone junior TKM out there, and he'll get past Harvey Thornley now. Thornley, who has come 5th in every race so far today, looks like he might be on track for more of the same. But looking good for Tom Adams at the moment. Number 56 of Tin and Rourke is just one position behind, ahead of Jensen Watts there. But Tom Adams, like the two previous races, has a chance to make it 4 wins out of 4 in a day, which I'm not ever sure I've ever seen so many times where someone has won 4 times out of 4 so frequently in every class. It proves that we have some very able drivers here at Clay. Ollie Tyler in the Honda Cadets. Tom Adams here in the Minimax, and several other drivers throughout other classes, of course. Alex Keen's in the Miami. At the moment, though, pretty much going to plan for Tom Adams. Nothing else he would have wanted in the earlier stages of this race, or rather than get the lead, make that gap, and that gap has definitely been very much evident here. 2.34 seconds the gap on that previous lap, and I suspect that could well open up. Does indeed. 3.17 seconds now back to Tin and Rourke is between Watts and Adams, who were the rivals earlier on. So Tom Adams to become in the third final, to become the potentially third different driver to take all 4 wins today. I was getting confirmation on my screen. It was Tyler taking 4 wins out of 4 in the Honda Cadets. Keen's taking 4 out of 4 in the Miami. Adams, if he wins here, will take 4 out of 4 in the Minimax. And in the Junior Max class, Shepherd also has 3 out of 3, so Bradley Shepherd could be the next to continue this chain of the drivers taking all 4 victories. Some truly dominant stuff from some of the drivers out here, and what we're seeing out here on the track at the moment is no different. Tom Adams in number 57, he's driving like his life depends on it, and frankly he's got a 5.27 second gap to play with. That's not stopping him from racing very well indeed, but it's a close battle between Rourke and Watts, and Hawkwood's also in on the act as well, despite being in a different class. But it looks like Watts has managed to get past Tin and Rourke. That was the only real surprise so far in this race, the fact that Tin and Rourke was actually ahead of Jensen Watts, considering that Watts was really battling with Tom Adams towards the beginning stages of the day, to now be struggling to stay ahead of Joseph Hawkwood, when Hawkwood was maybe 10 seconds down the row or something from Heat 1, but now having a proper squabble. Jensen Watts certainly losing a bit of pace as the day has gone on, but Tin and Rourke has been catching up with him, and these two could still provide a pretty decent battle with the 8 minutes that remain. Still the length of a heat left in this one, and still that means anyone could take the second place out of the 3 drivers who are currently battling for it. Of course, if Hawkwood takes it, it would have no effect, but he's just racing for the actual race position itself, I think. Jensen Watts holds second for now, but Tin and Rourke is not far behind. The difference in lap times between the two is very similar. 37.59 for Watts, 37.57 for Rourke. So Rourke has got a faster lap time. He's been closing in on Watts since he's gone behind a few laps ago. And now we'll try and have a look down the inside. Can't quite do it there though. So Rourke versus Watts with 7 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Still an awful lot of time for Rourke to do anything about it. Now he tries to go up the inside here, going into the hairpin. Can he stick with the move? Can he maintain that position? But now it's a switch to the inside by Jensen Watts. Would have been a brilliant move had he managed to pull it off, but Watts not quite enough time and space to get past Rourke once again. But that does mean that Tiernan Rourke is up into second once again in this race as the seesaw between the two continues. This as well, by the way, we're talking about 4 out of 4 consecutive victories. If Jensen Watts finishes in second here, that'll be his 4th consecutive second place finish. Always, of course, to Tom Adams. But at the moment, it's looking like that particular chain of consecutive results is going to be interrupted by the intervention of Tiernan Rourke here, sitting in second position, and seemingly the better of the two at the moment, going on race pace alone. Joseph Hawkwood in the number 33 is in 4th place on the track. Still, it is Harvey Thornley who isn't in with much of a shout of battling for second place. He's over 4.5 seconds behind Joseph Hawkwood, who is the lowest placed kart in that battle. Hawkwood having a look to see if he can get past Watts there, but alas, there's no room around the outside of the horseshoe, unfortunately. Going into the top end, and now making their way onto the pit straight. It is the number 56 of Tiernan Rourke who holds second at the moment, but Jensen Watts is going to try and switch to the inside. Is he going to try and go dive at the inside of Billy's blind? Here he is indeed, and Hawkwood's going to try and follow through as well. He does, and he gains that position. Jensen Watts just out braking and positioning his kart in such a way where Rourke has to sacrifice that position. Rourke manages to get past Hawkwood once again. Difference between the Max and the TKM kart, of course. TKM are more or less fast around the corners than the Max, but Max do have a significant advantage on the straight. And you can see Hawkwood physically losing time down the straight due to his lower power in his kart, and that means that Tiernan Rourke will have that advantage over Hawkwood on the parts of the track such as the Sturmey Straight, Pit Straight. But Jensen Watts is having to hold on to this second place at the moment, with Tiernan Rourke really offering the number 36 a proper challenge. 4 minutes and 20 seconds to go. And the drivers still fighting for second then. Watts, Hawkwood and Rourke. Currently not in that order. Rourke having got past the junior TKM. Onto Sturmey's once again. And around the hairpin goes that battle. A huge margin between Tom Adams and Jensen Watts now, over 12.5 seconds. That's almost half the lap, separating the race leader and second placed currently Jensen Watts, although that's of course the main battle out here. Also seeing that also 3 out of 3 victories for Dan Martin in the 177s, so he'll be looking to try and make that 4 out of 4 as well. That could be a record of people getting 4 out of 4 victories throughout the day. Rourke trying to go up the inside of Watts there, can't quite do it. Watts maintains second place for now. It is Jensen Watts who holds second place ahead of Tiernan Rourke. Joseph Hawkwood is in 4th. 5th, Harvey Thornley, who has definitely dropped off the pace, even of those drivers as well. Over 7.8 seconds he lost on that previous lap. He might have had an incident there, actually. He might have had a small spin or drift out really wide or something, because it seems that he has lost a significant amount of time on that previous lap. 2.5 minutes remain. 17 laps have been completed. Well, that's by the race leader. At any rate, it's hard to actually tell you when all the drivers are on the same lap, because Tom Adams is so far ahead of Watts, and Thornley is so far behind Hawkwood, who is at the back of that battle for second, which could go right to the wire here. 2 minutes and 5 seconds remain. Watts versus Rourke is really the one to watch for second. Rourke looks to the outside, looks to the inside. Can he go around the outside of Button's Bend? That would be a tricky move. It would give you an opportunity to cut back into the inside for the top end. Gets a really good exit from the top end. Can you make their way down to Billy's Blind? And Rourke has to settle in behind Watts for now. And yes, as they go once again. To the pit straight for what will be one of the last times during this race. Just 1 minute and 2 seconds remain as I'm speaking with the number 36 of Jensen Watts ahead of Rourke for now, but might that change? Throughout the day, Watts has consistently been the one on top, but Rourke over the last couple of heats and certainly during the final shows what he's worth. He has the faster personal best, and in fact Hawkwood has a better personal best than Watts as well. But it's not about the personal best in this case, it's about how well you can race in these close fought situations. And at the moment Jensen Watts is bossing that. He's holding on to that second place, and Tiernan Rourke is going to have to prize that from his grip with 9 seconds left on the clock. And as Tom Adams goes across the line with a 17-second advantage, he could have waited at the start line for the clock to get down to 0, continued, and he'd still have over a 10-second gap. He'd have a 10-second gap back to Jensen Watts, but will it be Watts or Rourke at the end of the race? It is not quite the last lap, it's the penultimate lap now. And Hawkwood manages to overtake Tiernan Rourke. Rourke puts his hand up, and I think that might just about conclude the race for each of those drivers. Hawkwood's still trying to battle to get ahead of Rourke, but the two go side by side through a wide series of corners. Eventually Hawkwood has to give it up, and Rourke resumes that position, but that has more or less given Jensen Watts that second place. And with the last lap now underway, it's looking pretty set in stone what the result is going to be here. Number 57 of Tom Adams will become the third driver in a row to take a consecutive 4 out of 4 victories. He's going to come out of the top end, down the pit straight, and another very well fought victory for the number 57. Tom Adams takes the win. He finishes ahead of the backmarker Harvey Thornley, who concludes his race. And once again, a closely fought contest. But Jensen Watts does take second place ahead of Tiernan Rourke. Well done to the number 36 ahead of the number 56 of Rourke. Joseph Hawkwood in the junior TKM comes across the line to conclude his race. 4th on the track. Takes a win, of course, in the junior TKM. But the number 36 of Jensen Watts coming in second, winning that battle for second in the end. But that is 4 out of 4 victories of the day for Tom Adams, number 57. A great display by him. The Junior Max final, and this is for Bradley Shepherd's 4th consecutive win, similar to the last few races we've seen, it is a pole sitter with 90 points on the front row, and it's alongside Harry Wilson-Brown, Angus Fry and Ethan Ling are on row 2, and those are the 4 really quick drivers in this class. Let's see how this one pans out. Bradley Shepherd will, of course, be looking for 4 out of 4 victories, but it might be harder than you think. That expectation can weigh down on you. And starting on pole position, he has Harry Wilson-Brown, another very apt driver, alongside on the grid, but Shepherd does take the early lead going into the horseshoe. It is the 53 who leads the way, ahead of Angus Fry. Wilson-Brown has actually lost a couple of positions. Ethan Ling also making his way past. Shepherd does lead then, coming out of the S's and on to the Sturmey straight. Angus Fry in second position ahead of Ethan Ling. Ling is ahead of Wilson Brown. In fifth place at the moment, Bradley Watts. Michael Goodburn is in sixth. They had a good battle in Heat 2 earlier on today. Michael Goodburn with the front runners here, but just about unable to really catch up with those drivers. Fraser Danoon and Sylvian Vessia also at the back of the field. 7th and 8th still going. Neither of them have had a retirement so far throughout the day, whereas a couple of the other drivers had, but it looks like Danoon and Vessia have their positions, and this is more or less where they finished in every race, but still fighting, see if they can catch up with the number 12, Michael Goodburn, who seems to be in his position now, slightly slower than Bradley Watts, just not quite able to catch up, and all of the drivers have fallen apart from one another, apart from one big difference. Angus Fry actually caught up a bit with Bradley Shepherd on that previous lap by 0.07, but then on that lap that just went by, Angus Fry actually lost a bit of time, so Bradley Shepherd's lead now 0.28 of a second, so certainly not guaranteed by any means. And Angus Fry, I'm sure, will be very keen to pick up his first victory of the day, especially in the final. Most points up for grabs. I don't know what the championship looks like for the Junior Max, but Angus Fry no doubt will want to take the win here in a class with 8 drivers out here on the track today. Taking a win would never be a bad thing. Ethan Ling in the number 76 is currently in third ahead of Harry Wilson-Brown, the two separated by 0.13 of a second. Another very close battle there, but Wilson-Brown started further up on the grid, but just didn't have the best start. Both the Ling and Fry passing him over the first couple corners, and well, Wilson-Brown hasn't really shown the pace to get back into those positions, has he? Wilson-Brown started alongside 3-time race winner throughout the day, Bradley Shepherd. Let's see what he can do to, if he can, reclaim that position, but at the moment it's looking far more promising for Angus Fry than it is for Wilson-Brown, especially not only to hold second but to even challenge the race leader. Admittedly, Bradley Shepherd is opening up his lead. On that last lap, opened it up by 0.3 of a second, so really fast lap time on that last lap of 35.5 dead, compared to the 35.75 set by Angus Fry. Wilson-Brown was quicker than Ling on that previous lap by 0.24 of a second, so that could turn into a proper little battle there. Wilson-Brown trying to get past the third place Ling, battle for the third and final podium spot, as often seen with Formula 1, etc. Obviously, with the bigger fields here at Clay, you can have up to 4, maybe even 5 people actually standing on the podium at the end of it with trophies. Ultimately, what you're battling for are the championship points. 8 minutes and 45 seconds left on the clock, and it's Bradley Shepherd who leads the way. He will be the favourite, started on pole, took the win and the fastest lap in every race so far today in the Junior Max class, and 7 laps into the 13-minute finals. It's looking good for the number 53. Had a bit of pressure from Angus Fry a few laps ago, but now the margin is over a second, and it's looking like he's on his way to yet another victory. Third place. Ethan Ling is ahead of Harry Wilson-Brown. Might not be for much longer. Wilson-Brown having a look around the outside, can't quite do anything there. Also getting in on the act, Bradley Watt, number 17. He's having a good look, isn't he? Ethan Ling, I think, has lost that position. Wilson-Brown overtaken him, has indeed. So Wilson-Brown up into third, Ethan Ling in fourth, but Bradley Watt is definitely competing with those drivers. Wilson-Brown ahead of Ling and Watts, and that's really the only battles going on the circuit, with the karts as close together as they are. Battle for third, which we're seeing, 27 of Wilson-Brown ahead of the slightly light green Ethan Ling helmet that we see racing around in the number 76 kart. Ahead of Bradley Watts in the number 17. With Michael Goodburn in the number 12, tucked in behind as they make their way around the S's and onto the Sturmey straight once more. 6 minutes and 40 seconds remain, with Bradley Shepherd in the lead of this one. The order hasn't changed in several laps now. Last pass, Wilson-Brown getting past Ethan Ling for third. But Angus Fry actually managed to close in quite a lot on Shepherd. I think Shepherd must have made a small mistake on that last lap, because Fry actually caught up by 0.84 of a second, almost an entire second there, taking a chunk out of Shepherd's time, which in kart talk, that's an extreme amount of time. But you can see, visibly, Fry is significantly faster to the three-time winner so far today than he has been. We shall see, though, as they come around over the pit lane, how Shepherd has done any better, and he hasn't. Angus Fry is caught up by 0.6 of a second, and suddenly Bradley Shepherd's win, which he would be not only wanting but expecting, the 4 out of 4 wins, that could be under jeopardy. Angus Fry has been catching up and has made a net gain over the last while of almost a second and a half. And could this be the first time so far today we see that not 4 out of 4 wins for a driver who's already taken a hat-trick of victories? Could be the case, of course, in the 177s. That will also be the case with Dan Martin trying to defend that title, but Bradley Shepherd under some real pressure from Angus Fry seemed to be adjusting something on the kart. It looked like he was twisting something on the fuel tank there. Now Angus Fry switches to the inside. He's having a real go at Bradley Shepherd, and could Bradley Shepherd be about to lose the lead here? Looks like he might do. They're racing side by side. Shepherd again just adjusting something on his kart. Obviously something's not quite right with it. But Angus Fry right on the back of him, and what this is doing is enabling Wilson-Brown to catch up with Fry significantly. So 0.7 of a second. This race is not dead yet. And with 4 minutes and 20 seconds to go, the Junior Max final could come to a pretty exciting finale here. And goes around the outside does Angus Fry, but gets touched by Bradley Shepherd. Gets spun around, just went out a bit wide, and I don't think that was really Bradley Shepherd's fault. He might get a contact warning for it, but it seemed that Fry didn't leave him much of an option, just drifted back in towards him. And Bradley Shepherd regains the race lead, but Fry and Wilson-Brown are right on it now. Bradley Watts, meanwhile, has managed to get past Ling. Ling's dropped a couple of positions in the last lap. Michael Goodburn also getting past. But Bradley Shepherd's lead, going from a very comfortable looking 3 seconds or so, suddenly 2 large chunks taken out of it by Angus Fry, and Fry's going to try and do the same thing again. Can't quite do so there. But only a few laps left in this one, and 3.5 minutes to go. Maybe 5, 6, 7 laps still remaining. Probably 6 laps would be my guess, and we could be in for an epic approximately 6 laps. With Angus Fry going past Bradley Shepherd, and he's into the race lead. Harry Wilson-Brown also following through. Bradley Shepherd having real troubles with his car. He's going very slowly now. He's at the side of the circuit. He's adjusting something on the kart, but he's been passed by almost everyone. In fact, he has been passed by all the way down to 6th place. Bradley Shepherd down into 6th now, and that kart, he's been adjusting something on it for a good few laps now, and it seems that something is wrong with it, and you have to feel for the youngster. Still having a look down, just having a tweak of his kart every now and again, but it'd be difficult to see how, even if he could get things back to its perfectly polished state, how he would be able to get back into the lead of this race. Already a lot of time has gone between Fry and the previous race leader, but now Fry's race lead is far from guaranteeing him a victory either. Harry Wilson-Brown could be in for the steal right to the end here. Wilson-Brown, of course, started on the front row, but in fact is now back into his position, back into 2nd place, as I said, towards the start of the race. Could Wilson-Brown get back into his starting position? Well, he's managed to do that, although in some unexpected circumstances. He's now actually behind Angus Fry. Bradley Shepherd, of course, quite a bit further down the order. It seems that